Yes.
All right. Good morning. Sorry, we're a couple of minutes behind. Welcome to the July 16th Architecture Review Board meeting. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Adcock,
Present.
Vice Chair Rosenberg,
Present, and apologies for the tardiness.
Board Member Hirsch. Present. Board Member Jojard.
Present.
Board Member Chen.
Present.
For the record, we have quorum.
Thank you. So we'll move on to agenda changes, additions, or deletions. For staff, do we have any changes today?
None today.
Thank you. All right. We will move on to in-person public comment. This is time for anyone in the chamber who may wish to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. For items on the agenda, you will have time to speak later in today's meeting. Do we have any requests to speak?
Through the chair, I have not received any requests to speak at this time.
All right, thank you. Then we will move on to the first action item, which is the city official reports.
Good morning, board members. Next slide. So wanted to note new projects that came in. We do have a preliminary architecture review that came in for a new Skyline Field office for Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. You can go to the next slide. And we do have a change to this. We are likely going to have one item for the August 6th hearing, a small sign exception that will be proposed. So we are hoping to move that forward and have a hearing that day. And we don't have any planned absences noted, so please let me know if there are any planned absences over the next few months so we can ensure we have a quorum. And with that, we'll turn it back to you.
Do you have any questions for staff on the report? No? All right, thank you. Then we will move on to the next item, which is a study session.
Excuse me, can I interrupt just a second?
Yes.
Where is the open space, where is the new project that you,
1185 Skyline Boulevard is the address out in the open space. Yeah.
up there?
Yeah, it'll be a regional office that is really just for rangers, is my understanding.
Oh, I see. Great, thanks.
Thank you, David. All right, so our first agendized item for study session on process and design standards for Tier 2 and Tier 3 wireless communication facilities in the public right-of-way. CEQA status is not a project. The staff recommendation to the board is to conduct a study session to discuss Architectural Review Board standards of review for Tier 2 and Tier 3 wireless communication facilities in the public right-of-way. Staff requests ARB to provide comments and feedback on the city's review criteria and process to support more efficient and consistent review of future wireless applications using the previous objective standards as a foundation for this discussion. Do we have a staff report on this?
Yeah, we do. Nishita Kandakupa is available online as going to present, and I do want to also note that we have outside counsel that is available as well to support in the discussion, as well as Terry Crowley from our Utilities Division.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Sorry about that, just having some technical issues. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nishita Kandikupa, and I will be leading this study session and discussion on Tier 2 and Tier 3 wireless projects in the public right-of-way. During the study session, I will provide a high-level overview of the existing review framework and process that is in place for the review of wireless applications that are in the public right-of-way, as well as the extent to which the city can regulate the installation or replacement of wireless equipment. In May 2025, Council moved to repeal the wireless objective design standards, which provided a basis for review of new wireless facilities in the public right-of-way between the years of 2019 and 2025. At a high level, Tier 2 and Tier 3 right-of-way projects typically entail the modification or installation of wireless facilities on an existing structure that substantially changes the dimensions of the support structure. Any installation of new wireless equipment on poles or buildings, and the siting of a new wireless communication facility, such as a new monopole or monopine. At the May 19th City Council hearing in 2025, Council's motion included 3 distinct next steps for staff as well as ARB, including directing ARB to develop a new set of objective or subjective standards for review for wireless projects in the public right-of-way, referring projects to the Planning and Transportation Commission if and when needed, and directing staff to engage a consultant to study the technical feasibility of placing cell towers at a 100-foot setback from residential structures in Palo Alto and a 1,500-foot setback from schools and daycare facilities. Due to staffing constraints and housing priorities, the study session was postponed to this date. Staff has also not yet engaged a consultant to study the setback requests from residential structures, schools, and daycares. However, the data team has put together a map that shows the existing utility or streetlight poles in the downtown north neighborhood, along with a 100-foot buffer shown in blue around the poles. Although the zone district is not highlighted here, most of these structures are zoned and are being utilized as residential uses, primarily single to multifamily structures, making it challenging for staff to impose a 100-foot setback from residential structures for the installation of new wireless equipment. Additionally, staff has limited jurisdiction over the siting of new wireless facilities, which are regulated by federal laws, as stated, in more detail in the staff report. Since the objective standards were repealed last year, staff has used the architecture review findings, wireless generally applicable development standards, and conditions of approval as a basis for review. All of the above have been included in attachments C and D. Some additional regulations that staff reviews wireless projects against include the noise code, ambient noise thresholds under Palo Alto Municipal Code Chapter 910, as well as the special streetlight style placement guide, which identifies streetlight pole designs within special areas within Palo Alto and how wireless facilities mounted on these poles can be designed or placed to be visually subordinate to the surrounding context. This guide identifies 3 neighborhoods as downtown Palo Alto, the California Avenue Park Boulevard area, and El Camino Real, all of which carry higher pedestrian traffic than other parts of Palo Alto. Besides the local regulations, the city also has limited agency over the shot clock timelines and radio frequency emissions, which are regulated by federal laws. Shot clocks are unique to wireless projects, wherein they are subject to strict review timelines for final application decisions and issuance of any associated permits. For tier 2 applications, these decisions must be made within 60 to 90 days and 150 days for tier 3 applications. These timelines are before any extension that is agreed upon through a tolling agreement. As for the radio frequency emissions, the city ensures that these thresholds set by the federal laws are complied with and documented properly before and after installation of the requested wireless facility. Since the objective standards were repealed, staff has incorporated a separate section within the wireless code to include generally applicable development standards, which all wireless projects are reviewed against. These include aesthetic regulations such as proper sizing, placement, and camouflage elements, screening requirements, and color and material choices for wireless equipment or the shrouding. Some additional development standards include restrictions on historic properties, height limitations and encroachments into required setbacks, which are more applicable for private and on private property rather than public right-of-way projects. To understand what types of designs have been submitted and approved in the past, I've included an example of a wireless facility installed on a wood utility pole. So here is one of the examples from a 2017 project done by Verizon under the Vinculum Cluster 1 application. This is a rendering that was provided by the applicant. And this is what was installed. As you can see, all they've done is extended the top of the existing pole, and they've added a box that is shrouded to match the color of the pole, which is brown, and it was painted to match the pole. It's also approximately the same width as the pole, so it's not visible as you are walking or driving alongside this right-of-way. A few other examples I've included are of projects in the downtown area, again, where there's a lot of pedestrians, but these are for streetlight poles. One such example is along the Middlefield corridor adjacent to the downtown district, where the applicant under Verizon Vinculum Cluster 4 decided to replace the streetlight pole with one that was as a part of the placement guide, and has provided and has complied with the regulations that are in the guide. And as you can see on the top, the antennas are on all the way on the top. And this is what was finally installed. Again, it blends well with the context of the neighborhood. Another example is from the AT&T cluster back in 2019, where they installed a bunch of new wireless equipment in the downtown university area. This one is another rendering that the applicant provided, and this is what was finally installed on site. Based on the existing review framework that staff has in place for wireless projects, staff has developed a draft review framework that ARB can use to critique Tier 2 and Tier 3 wireless projects in the public right-of-way. Some of these questions around concealment, dimensions, wherever the applicant has demonstrated that the equipment that they're proposing is technically feasible. Also evaluating whether a less visually prominent location on the same support structure or perhaps along the same corridor would be feasible, as long as it's still under federal law. Some additional review framework include, focusing comments on design-based considerations, including the visibility, visual clutter, landscaping, and concealment elements along these corridors, and also stating whether staff's analysis of the ARB findings are sufficient, and if not, explaining the basis for that conclusion. Staff has also provided a list of questions in the staff report under 5 major topics, those being under ARB review, scope findings, and decision framework, equipment design, concealment, and pole integration of the wireless facilities, the street-state compatibility and sensitivity context, the public realm function and cumulative impact of these wireless equipment, and standards, application materials, and process improvements, if any. Although there's no formal application in place and there's no formal action requested, staff does request ARB to provide comments and feedback on the city's review framework and process to support more efficient and consistent review of future wireless applications that are anticipated to come in over the next few weeks or months, and using the previous objective design standards as a foundation for that discussion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff?
Yeah, I do have a question. So in the staff report, it mentioned we are anticipated to receive some submittals in the near future. So I'm curious how soon it will come, and compared to what we are reviewing now, what's the timeline for the standards we are anticipated to put in effect? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The applications that are coming in are under the AT&T and Verizon clusters. I believe the AT&T ones are about 11 or 12 sites in the public right-of-way, concentrated in the downtown area. And the Verizon applications are still under, they're still in conversation with staff, so I'm not really sure on the timeline on their submittal. The AT&T ones are anticipated to come in within the next month or month and a half, perhaps sooner, if they do have their submittal ready. And they are going to be categorized as tier 2 applications, but that will be determined once they've actually shown us what they're submitting, so we can determine the actual scale of the project.
Okay, so is there like a schedule, like a timeline for these new standards that we want to put in effect, and how it will affect those projects that are already submitted during the process?
I'll jump in and to add that the temporary ordinance does run through June of next year, so we would be targeting to have something for council consideration prior to that, so that it doesn't lapse. In addition to that, though, these discussions will inform how staff guides these projects. So even if these new guidelines or any changes to the process are not updated and adopted prior to submittal of these applications, because they are discretionary, we will use this guidance to guide those applications as much as is possible under the legal framework.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
We didn't get any illustrations of the various types of new installations in our packet, but we're seeing them here on the board. So what does that mean in terms of our review process here today?
We're not reviewing a project here today, and there is no proposal in front of you for that.
I see. Okay, will we be seeing the detailed drawings of the installation potentials or not?
No, we won't have detailed drawings.
Won't be our requirement to review that at all?
When an application comes in, we would see detailed drawings, and you would be reviewing those detailed drawings.
Okay. So the samples that are shown in here are just those that have already been installed?
Those are just to inform discussion.
Okay.
Can you tell a little bit more why the objective standards were repealed?
One of the conversations that City Council had back last year included the adherence to shot clock timelines and the equipment of wireless equipment being a bit more restrictive. I do believe Gail Karish also has some additional information to add, and she's available virtually.
And before she jumps in, I'll provide the additional context that because of changes in the understanding of what our purview is at the local level for these types of projects because of a recent court case, there was a change in how much discretion we could have in terms of design. And so because of that change, there was a desire to consider shifting away from the staff level objective standard review into something that was a little more discretionary and had some discussion with the Architectural Review Board. But I'd welcome any addition from others here or on Zoom.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Gail Karish. I'm a partner at Best and Krieger, and I advise the city as special counsel on telecom wireless matters. The explanation is pretty much exactly what I was going to say. So the history with the objective standards was that initially the Federal Communications Commission issued an order regulating various aspects of small wireless facilities, including aesthetics. And they had several criteria that they said cities must comply with. And one was that the standards had to be objective. Our firm and other firms represented coalitions of local governments and local government associations that challenged that FCC order in court. And it was partially overturned by the Ninth Circuit. And one of the things that the Ninth Circuit said specifically was that you can't impose require cities to have objective standards, meaning the requirements now under that in terms of aesthetics under that order, or that simply have to be, any aesthetic standards have to be reasonable and published in advance. So that having to be objective was removed in 2020. But so then the city considered maybe looking at doing over their standards in light of that change in the law.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Sorry, because I understand the objective of our meeting is to answer the questions on packet page 18, such as what concealment should be at the baseline, and the distance from daycares, and things like that. So those are kind of almost the same items that were covered in the objective standards. So can you help me understand what are we supposed to do here today? Like, you clearly don't want the objective standards, but it sounds like you are asking us for the same, the same kind of information.
Yeah, I would just say that staff actually does support having objective standards. I think that the council didn't specifically have concerns about the specific objective standards, but they wanted to, in light of the court case, provide an opportunity for the ARB to maybe weigh in again and to really go over those objective standards and decide if they should be changed or modified in any way, and to really provide advice on the process, their recommendation on the process. And one additional thought to that, in some cases, you can have a set of objective standards with some guidelines associated with them, areas where it's not possible to create something that is truly objective, but there is an intent that is still desired. And so that's another room. If there's something in these objective standards that you feel is missing, that we want to have as part of the considerations when we do the aesthetic review of these projects, even if it can't be made objective, then we could do some sort of guideline to add to it. But we as staff do feel that the objective standards are a good starting point because they have been working well and guiding well, and anything that can be objective is helpful for everybody involved.
And I'll just add one more point. Kyle Ariano, Chief Assistant City Attorney. So we had a change in the law. in 2020 that basically allowed cities to exercise additional discretion over how they permit and regulate wireless communications facilities. And so although the objective standards are good and useful and, at least in our case, fairly comprehensive, we do now have the ability to impose additional regulations provided that they are directed towards aesthetic considerations. And so that's, that's sort of the legal rationale. Procedurally, there's two other things. Objective standards are very helpful in terms of helping us meet the strict timelines for processing these applications. Basically, we lay these criteria out for the applicants. They know what we're looking for, and they can provide that information in their application. We as staff can do our job in a way that allows you all to consider it, and then allows the city to make a decision on the application in the time frame required by the statutes. So objective standards still provide a benefit in that way. But the council, recognizing the change in the law, wanted to restore some additional discretion, giving that to you all, to regulate additional aesthetic considerations. And so I think the approach that is in the staff report is, let's start with the objective, and then let's see how we can enhance those to improve aesthetic controls over future wireless applications.
I was just going to try and see if I can summarize this a little bit in layman's terms. So long story short is we did not have any control in the beginning. We had a set of objective standards, but more or less the federal government had primary control, and we were sort of limited in our capacity. The law was overturned to some extent, and now we have more control back. So we're taking this opportunity to reevaluate our own objective standards, covering more aesthetics, since we have that capacity now that we did not have before. Does that seem like a fair sort of layman's explanation of what we're trying to do here?
That's perfect.
Okay, great. And then with this, though, because we still have the shot clocks, we still need to make sure that these objective standards that we're sort of reevaluating today and sort of revising today are comprehensive, and that they help keep those timelines regulated. Now, my question is sort of more along the lines of, I assume that these objective standards really apply to maybe like, and again, throwing out a number there, like 90% of the cases, but there's going to be these rogue cases that pop up where it's a unique location or a unique style or things like that, and those ones might come back to the area for a more thorough review, especially considering aesthetics. Is that accurate as well?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay.
We're always going to have edge cases, and I think the takeaway for those is we're not boxing ourselves in, and that's what the ARB hearing provides you and the community an opportunity to do is really dig into the sort of specifics of a proposed application and take into account surrounding elements, aesthetics, et cetera.
Right, downtown Palo Alto would be very different than something on Alma, for example. Okay.
Exactly right, yes.
Okay, and then, sorry, trying to just make sure I've got this covered. In theory, if we get a set of objective standards that are sort of comprehensive, that cover things, and you've got something that's a very sort of standard cookie cutter, we've done this before, is that something where that project would actually come before ARB, or is there a process for them to sort of regulate it through, even two-tier and tier 3, if it's sort of a stamped out, like similar location, similar style, and we're only going to get sort of those uniquer cases, or is it really all of these are going to come back through ARB now?
As currently written, the ordinance requires any tier 2 or tier 3 to go to the ARB for review.
Okay.
That is a temporary ordinance that could change in the future, but as written, that would be the process. All tier 2 and tier 3 would go before you all for review.
Do we have the capacity with our objective standards to sort of say, okay, if you hit these markers, you're good to go and you don't need to come before ARB, or is it going to be, regardless, it's going to come to ARB?
That is part of the question that council deferred to ARB to make a recommendation on. It's not just the standards and guidelines. It is also the process for design review.
Perfect. Okay.
That maybe there is a certain category of application that doesn't need to be elevated, and staff would fully support that given these constrained timelines.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. I think I've got my questions answered, and I hope that helped clarify a little bit.
Thank you. And actually, I have a similar question about timeline, because Tier 2 has such a short timeline, including ARB review and potentially PTC is just cannot fit into a 60 to 90-day timeline. So I know there's kind of rough guidelines on what falls under Tier 2 versus Tier 3. Can we kind of come to a consensus that only Tier 3 comes to the ARB if we can kind of come up with a good set of objective standards that that staff determines whether something is Tier 2 or Tier 3, and then only Tier 3 comes to us because there's 150 days versus 60 to 90?
Staff would fully support that. Recommendation, the final decision would be made by council on what the process would be.
But yes, you could make that recommendation as to the procedure.
And the determination of Tier 2 versus Tier 3, while it's relatively clear in like what falls under, that would still be a staff determination or the applicant's determination to say this is Tier 2 versus Tier 3?
I believe that the applicant states it, but staff makes the determination based on the information that the applicant provides. But I would invite Nishita or others to clarify.
And on packet page 11, they do re-review the WCF permit tiers, number 1 being co-location, installation of wireless equipment on an existing support structure. It seems to be like for like swapping out. Tier 2, small wireless facility, antennas not exceeding 3 cubic feet, associated equipment not exceeding 28 cubic feet, subject to specified dimensional criteria under FCC rules. That's fully regulated. We can't change those criteria, right? That's something that's sort of by federal. And then Tier 3 is that substantial change, a physical modification that exceeds specified thresholds set by FCC regulations, example, height increases of more than 10% or 10 feet, installation of additional equipment cabinets, or changes defeating concealment elements. So basically, those are set, and we can't change those, but we can decide which one of those will come towards us.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I think within that language too, though, small wire antennas not exceeding 3 cubic feet, associated equipment, that's kind of dimensional guidelines. I'm sorry? It's a weird dimension. Yeah, but subject to specific dimensional criteria, but also within that, you know, what is a substantial change? Like, there's still kind of a gray area there of if it's within a existing pole, but staff determines that it is like not quite a small wireless facility, but it feels like a more substantial change. I'm not quite sure how you measure the height increase of more than 10% of an existing light pole, like more than 10% of what? So it's I'm not so clear on what that gray area is.
I believe that refers to existing facilities. So if they're taking an antenna that is, say it's posted at 10 feet and they want to move it to 12 feet, that's more than a 10% increase in height. But I would defer to Nishita to add to that.
That's correct, Jennifer. And all these references in the staff report, they do ultimately go back to the code and the definitions we have in the code. And even though I haven't included it in the staff report, the definitions in the code do specifically state the thresholds for what a substantial change includes. And I can go ahead and pull that up on my screen.
Substantial change is defined on packet page 23. It's a page plus of text. It is, or those definitions do reflect the definition of a substantial change under federal law. So it could change. It could change in the future. And there is always the possibility of, you know, an edge or wobbler case where you're not clear on how you're measuring one dimension or another. But those are generally, that's generally not an issue and things that staff can work out sort of as a threshold matter in terms of when they review the application and figuring out what the appropriate review process applies.
Whereas Tier 2 can be new antennas, right? Because we did review a project not that long ago that was a new antenna on an existing pole. but at least the proposal was that it fits within these dimensional criteria and therefore falls under tier 2 versus tier 3 is substantial change on an existing or an all new pole, new everything is obviously a substantial change from 0. Is that fair to say?
That's generally correct, yes.
I've also pulled up the full definition of substantial change. I know we only provided a summary of the definition, but there's a pretty detailed description of the different thresholds we set for when one tier goes into another. Substantial change would be all these different criteria for the changing of the tower, the eligible support structure, the antenna sizes, all of which would be encompassed in this definition.
And a new installation, if it's on a new pole, would be substantial change, correct?
Correct. That would be a new small cell wireless facility.
But is there a chance it falls under tier 2?
If it's less than the 28 cubic feet, then yes, it is possible. But if they are also installing wireline facility that exceeds that the 28 cubic foot threshold, then it could trigger tier 3 review. So in the previous application that we presented to you back in October of 2025, it was they had antennas, they had the radio units, but they also had that cabinet on the side, and we were kind of determining whether that would count towards the 28 cubic foot. And it was determined that it would count towards the 28 cubic foot. So let's say if in the future they had to come in and also install that wireline equipment, so that cabinet next to that pole, then that would, if that exceeds 28 cubic foot, then it would go into a tier 3 application.
I have one more question that is kind of specific to what's in the ordinance that starts on packet page 20. And my question is on page 26, where tier 2 and it's number 7, tier 2 and tier 3 wireless communication facilities permits, the applicant must hold a community meeting at a time and location designated and all that. Is that in the current requirement as well in the, I guess, the temporary ordinance?
Yes. Staff does require those to be completed. And this is a little bit tricky with the way we have defined it, but this is typically completed before the formal application submittal to the city. And that's something that the applicant takes care of only to allow sufficient time for staff review. And sometimes the back end work that they have to do with the hosting of the public meeting can, eat into that time. So they do host this public meeting, and the public meeting materials are submitted as a part of the application material checklist and the application materials that they submit for formal review. The attendance sheet and all of that is also included as a part of the submittal requirements and is also a part of the tier 2, tier 3 checklist that the city has.
Okay. Switching topics to a different question. Martin, do you have another question?
I have another question, but you can.
Okay, thank you. So in the currently repealed ordinance, there was a mention of, the WCFs not to be placed within 600 feet of public schools, whereas the direction from council was to see if we can, have 100 feet from residential, 1,500 from schools and daycares. Is there a background that you can share with us on why those particular numbers? The 600 and 1,500?
I'm afraid I don't know. The changes to the ordinance and the repeal of the objective standards were the result of a colleague's memo prepared by council members on their own. So that's not a suggestion that came from staff.
Thank you. Martin, you had a question?
Yeah, this is kind of a technical question. So just so that I would like to get some clarity about the technical aspects of like a tower, because I would like to understand what are the things that go underground and what is not underground? Because I know the objective standards require that radio equipment shall be placed in an underground vault, but then part of the definition of what is tier 2 or tier 3 is, whether the size of the equipment that is placed above ground is above or below a certain threshold. So that makes it sound like there are certain things that cannot go underground. Like, is that really true, or can everything go underground? Like, how does this work?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't know, Nishida, if you've experienced some scenarios where they haven't been able to go underground. We do have Terry Crowley here. I'm not sure if he might know the answer to that, if there are certain utilities that might not be able to go underground. We also still have not heard from there are, wireless providers here that are looking to provide public comment and give their feedback, and so they might be able to answer that as well.
So are we going to have feedback from the people in the gallery today?
Only public comment.
Public comment, okay.
Well, can I just ask the question again, maybe in a different way? Like, while the objective standards were in place, there was a requirement to put radio equipment in an underground vault. So what was even the point of trying to mention equipment above ground in the code if it has to be underground anyway?
I can speak to that.
Sorry, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. I can speak to that briefly. Based on conversations with wireless agencies, I have kind of made a differentiation between what can and cannot go underground. Wherever there's an antenna signal required, so that includes the antennas, the actual antennas that go onto the pole, and also the radio units that provide that signal, they cannot be undergrounded. And there is a specific design wherein AT&T had presented that previously, where they had stated that wouldn't be feasible. That's just how the equipment is designed by the manufacturer. The associated wiring equipment can be undergrounded, but I think that's a very context-based question, and that is the extent of my technical knowledge on that matter. I'm happy to go back and have that conversation with utilities and the wireless companies to see where such, what type of equipment can be undergrounded and which ones need to be mounted on the pole.
Thank you.
So is it fair to say that it will only be like the technical issues that prohibit it to go underground, and financial issues shouldn't be a problem in this case?
We haven't explored the financial feasibility of this, of any equipment being undergrounded with the wireless companies, but they have expressed that the way the manufacturers design them, there are some technical, there's only a limited technical feasibility they have, and they're not able to design it such that they're smaller than they already are, or placed a certain way, because it's all dependent on the coverage they're trying to provide for the particular, company. So they have to be angled a certain way, they have to be put a certain way to maximize their coverage within that area. And they're also not able to underground them, since it wouldn't meet the purpose of providing additional coverage.
And if things goes underground, do they require like other kind of permits, say from Public Works? And how does it will affect the shot clock?
Any work that the applicant is completing in the public right-of-way requires encroachment permits, and that is also a part of that shot clock timeline that we previously stated. So any permits that they have to get issued have to be completed and issued within that 60, 90-day shot clock for tier 2 applications, or 150-day shot clock for the tier 3 applications.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
So I do also have a question that a lot of these regulations regarding tier 2 versus tier 3 have to do with sizing, right? And it's an interesting way to determine this because it's, you know, it's like a cubic measurement. And then that's, you know, as technology goes, like technology can change pretty quickly in 5 years. So my concern is sort of along the lines that we will, you know, keep going with these physical size requirements of X amount of cubic feet. And then there may be, you know, the capacity where all of a sudden they figured out how to make it smaller, right? And now all of a sudden you've got a much more powerful antenna being put in the same cubic size. So is there any sort of like, I'd hate to sort of have regulations that we're sort of agreeing to today that are covering a certain size and we're sort of assuming it's a certain power or strength level. And then 5 years from now, they've doubled the capacity and they've doubled the strength or power of whatever's being output. And they keep it in the same size box. And that's something that we would, now we've sort of painted ourselves into a corner with this physical size requirement, and we're not considering the other things. Now, that being said, I understand we are not a technical body here that understands the wireless technology, but I'm curious, is there any sort of mention of that in here in any way, shape, or form that we're expecting a certain output based on these cubic sizes?
I don't believe so. We haven't included any specific information of how much coverage or how powerful these antennas or the radio units can be. Based on previous projects, typically these do come in the size that they come in, and that has been the case for several years now. Obviously, I cannot anticipate that to change in the future, or it could become much smaller as technology progresses. The one thing that the way we calculate these are based on the manufacturer's spec sheets that are provided as a part of the wireless applications. They do have like the measurements dimensioned within the plan sets, and that's how we review the cubic foot dimensions, so the thresholds that we have. But again, we don't, at this time, don't know if the technology will change. Again, based on previous conversations or recent conversations with AT&T, they anticipate this technology to be what they're going to be using for the next several years. And that's how the manufacturer has also described it to them.
But if I'm understanding the concern here, so that the dimensions stated in the ordinance reflect the FCC's small cell order.
Right.
So 2 easy fixes for that we could just include in whatever regulations we have the council adopt is you can just have a reference to, FCC order as may be amended from time to time. And then it just becomes sort of this evergreen reference. So if FCC order is modified in the future and those dimensions change, our regulations can change with
Sort
it.
of automatically change, okay, that seems fair.
And the other check would be on staff to, who is continually, monitoring changes in the law. And if we identify things that would, or merit, further amendment to our regulations, we would bring that back to you all in the council.
Okay, great, thank you.
And a lot of these sizing requirements are maximum thresholds. So if the unit is smaller, it would still fit within that criteria. So even if it's 28 cubic feet today, if it's like 17 or 16 cubic feet tomorrow, like it still encompasses the maximum of 28. So that could still fall under that threshold.
Kendra, I'm assuming your question is more like, could we reduce that volume in the future if equipment gets smaller?
I mean, that's part of it, and it's also sort of making sure that we're not, like, think about it the other way, where we still got this 28 cubic feet, now they're shoving like 5 different antennas into this one space that we're expecting to have like one, and there's a level of power, and again, we're not technical, but there are concerns from the residents, as we've seen repeated emails come in. We had plenty of public comment come in via email regarding the previous tower and this sort of conversation, where we also sort of want to make sure that we're not leaving a door open for someone to shove a whole bunch of extra equipment into a space where we're sort of expecting a single tower, right? So it's both. It's that if we can reduce the visuals, great, let's do it. And number 2 is let's not leave that door open for extra items to go in where maybe they shouldn't be, or maybe we weren't anticipating them to be, so.
Isn't that a technical question, as to, we were talking about minimalization, and now we're talking about maximalization. it seems it's likely to go in the first order of change versus getting larger or including more. It's a technical question. Maybe technical person could answer that. What do they look for it to be in the future?
Since we don't have any designs presented to us and we don't have a formal application to reference, it is a bit difficult to reference exact sizing measurements or even provide that, rendering to you. But since we are anticipating applications to come in, that would be a great time to have that discussion, just directly speak to the wireless agency, the wireless company, and their representatives to see if maybe the technology is changing and they anticipate the equipment to be smaller. And maybe setting the thresholds accordingly using that information since they are the technical experts.
Seems reasonable to wait until those applications come in.
I know there's some public comments, so shall we switch to that? Yeah.
Is there some other regulation for other types of telecommunication-related issues that we should be aware of? For example, let's say AT&T is also providing fiber. So instead of having two above-ground boxes for fiber and for wireless, they want to combine it into one, which will create a larger above-ground equipment because it has both fiber and wireless in it. Like, is there some regulation, let's say, for fiber that we should be aware of? Because sometimes it's probably beneficial for us to have just one larger box, as opposed to two smaller ones, maybe. I don't know, like, is there some interrelation with other telecommunications products?
Did you want, sorry to interrupt, did you want me to, I can chime in about at least the federal law and state law a little bit on that point?
Let's start with you. We have utilities here, and then maybe we can add to that as well. Thanks, Gail.
Great.
So just from a perspective of design.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Sorry, Terry Crowley, Chief Operating Officer for the Utilities Department. So from a practical standpoint, design, construction standpoint, it would be difficult to get competing communication providers to share facilities. And I don't know that the city would have the authority to obligate that. Not impossible from a technical standpoint, but there's just, obviously maintenance agreements, work practices that just wouldn't flow well with competing communication providers. The communication providers do have a right to use the city's right-of-way. That's a state law. So at the state level, they have a right to use that space, occupy that space. There are some constraints there, ADA requirements for the sidewalk, leaving that space open. If there's limited space, right-of-ways, easements that they don't have access to, that may change their design, influence it. But generally, the communication providers have control over their design inside of these federal and state regulations.
So could we, for example, say, like, if one operator offers multiple services, they should locate them all in one single cabinet?
They may co-locate it, yes. They may cumulatively, continue to add to a location as well, and then through that process, they may choose not to. I'm not sure, from an engineering, design, construction perspective, I'm not sure that the city has that authority to regulate how they construct their facilities outside of state regulations or federal regulations.
Thank you.
Gail, did you want to add to that as well?
Yeah, just a little bit of additional color on your regulatory authority. So it is exactly right that the telecommunications providers, including wireless providers, have a statutory right to use the public right of way, a franchise right under Public Utility Code 7901. The cities do have some authority to regulate not only the safety aspects that were mentioned, but also aesthetics. Some of you may recall some years ago, AT&T came through with UVerse applications to many cities where they were going to put very large boxes the size of refrigerators all over public rights of way. And there was some case law related to T-Mobile installations, similarly looking at doing things like that. So you have some control over aesthetics. The main issue, I think, of trying to kind of consolidate or regulate these two different aspects, the wireless and the wireline, is they often, the applications do not come in at the same time. So it's more of a timing issue of what is before you in terms of an application. If it's a wireless application, and what are you looking at? What are they asking to install? And what do your regulations say with respect to size and location and other aesthetic and safety requirements? It might not, upgrading a fiber installation or something like that, or putting in equipment related to their wireline network may just come in at a different time for a different reason.
Go ahead.
We've heard some questions concerning the health of the radiation from this kind of equipment from some sources that have studied it. Could you all speak to just where that's come out at this point? I mean, this is a big system that's being used throughout the country, so I would think the exploration of the health issues have been examined, but where are we at in that subject?
So I'll start, and then perhaps Gail can provide some additional color. We, as the city, do not have the ability to cite concerns over RF emissions or impose certain RF emission limitations on small cell equipment. That authority has been preempted by the federal government. So what we can say is that your equipment needs to meet FCC requirements. But in terms of what those requirements are, or whether those requirements pose health risks, et cetera, that's squarely within the purview of the federal government, and we don't have the ability to, for example, limit FCC or RF emissions from equipment at a lower threshold. That's just not something we can do.
As a follow-up on that, are there any FCC guidelines on distances of these equipment from people, whether it's residential or schools or anything?
That I'll defer to Gail.
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's something that a lot of cities express concern and some frustration over, because as Kai mentioned, you don't have authority at the local level to set your own standards. They're national standards for safety set by the Federal Communications Commission, and there are two standards. One is for workers and workers that would be working on facilities, and the other is for the general public. And so though there are not distance standards that are set for particular uses or sensitive receptors, children or anything like that. They are a calculation that based on the power of the antenna and the range to ensure that it is not going to have exposure to to persons in the general public inadvertently. So if you're just walking down the street, you should not be exposed to an unsafe level of RF emissions. And so there are no numbers other than the calculation that has to be done and the RF emissions report that the city requires for each individual application.
And to elaborate, the directionality of the antenna also plays into how much exposure you get when you're around that antenna. For example, a worker who's working very close to the antenna, climbs up a ladder, is at the same height as the antenna, is facing directly at it, has to adhere to certain safety procedure, like they shut that antenna down during that time, they repair it, and they turn it back on at full capacity. So the workers do have safety signage that they can reference that is mounted on the pole, which is a requirement that they have to, read it and comply with it. The general public, as Gail mentioned, was walking at at ground level, well below the antenna level, especially if the antenna is not facing down, which never happens because the point of these antennas is to send out signals at a certain direction. The general population is not exposed to those signals. And when we take in applications, we review the RF report, and the applicant does provide heat maps to show exactly where that exposure is. And wherever there's higher exposure, that will be highlighted in those heat maps. And the general population limits are very low, and they're almost never impacted with these signals because they're not at the same level as the height of the antenna.
So is there a general guideline on minimum height based on what you just said?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah.
Not at minimum heights. It's based on antenna level, and it's like kind of a radial percentage. So as you move further away from the antenna, there's certain percentage of emissions that that the FCC has set, and that's what we're looking for. It's not necessarily like a minimum or maximum height at which these can be mounted or where the exposure can be. But what we've seen on small cell facilities that are mounted on utility poles or streetlight poles, these are at about maybe 25 to 30 feet above ground or even more, depending on where they are.
So locally, are we able to determine the perimeter based on the actual physical size of the housing and whatever other facilities are within certain ranges? Is this going to be graphically expressed in the decisions as to the height limitations?
Could you rephrase that?
Maybe. I'm just thinking about the environment. The houses, the facilities that are near it are of a certain size, height, dimension from the pole. When these selection of the poles are made, will we have the capability of? Will the city have the capability of determining exactly where the dangerous perimeter might be if there are issues of health like that? Does that clarify anything?
The heights of the poles are agreed upon or decided upon by the utilities team, since they have specific standards that have to be met. And like I mentioned before, the street style guide has specific standards for streetlight poles, and there's also additional requirements from the utilities team on wood utility poles and how they have to be structured. I don't believe we've had any new wood utility poles put in the recent past. There's only been existing wood utility poles that are typically much taller than streetlight poles. But I don't believe we have any height. We have never really compared the height with the exposure of these antennas to the general population before.
I would just add, I would think of it this way: when the applicant makes an application and says we would like to put an antenna, a wireless facility on this pole or that pole, they have to provide a report from an RF engineer that shows that what they're proposing will comply with the FCC's standards for what are safe exposure to RF emissions. And the approval would be based on a demonstration that they will comply, and then there will be a condition of approval that they will have to continue to comply, and they would have to anyway continue to comply with federal law. So if there are changes in the immediate environment that may impact whether they are still in compliance, that is an ongoing obligation. They will have to continue to make sure that their facilities continue to comply with the FCC's RF emission standards. Maybe that helps, hopefully.
Yeah. But enforcing that seems like a problem. You know, the environment changes, the height of buildings changes, the proximity may change relative to the pole once it's approved. How do you follow up on something like that?
I have a question regarding the poles themselves. In the currently repealed objective standard on package page 40, it says, pole replacement for streetlight poles, an existing streetlight pole proposed for a WCF installation shall be replaced with a new pole. Same with utility poles. Is that a current requirement? Because I think the proposal, if I remember correctly, that we saw in October did not replace the light pole, but was adding to an existing light pole.
Correct. It was an existing light pole.
So is this, or the objective standard correct then, that, or at least was it before 2025, that the poles had to be replaced?
Not in all circumstances do poles have to be replaced, only if, again, per my understanding, if the equipment that they're proposing is not technically feasible and cannot be safely mounted on the existing pole and doesn't meet the capacity, requirements of that pole, then the pole would need to be, replaced in order to put in a stronger pole that can accommodate that facility. Not in every single circumstance are these streetlight poles swapped out. Additionally, if you are locating wireless equipment, if you are putting in new wireless equipment in the specific areas highlighted within the street style districts, like the downtown area, along California Avenue or Park Boulevard, or along El Camino Real, then you also have additional design guidelines you have to adhere to. So let's say you have an older pole style that doesn't meet the requirements set forth in the style guide, you'll be replacing the pole with that particular design that is, allowed per the guide. But not every time a new project comes in or new wireless equipment is mounted on, that the pole needs to be replaced, only if there's not enough capacity on that pole.
And the examples you showed earlier were, I think, all pole replacements?
So
Yeah.
the utility pole example that I showed at the very beginning, the first one was a existing pole with new equipment added on. And then the two downtown examples were both pole replacements to meet the street style guide suggested pole, plus the mounted wireless equipment design. That was a pole replacement.
So I guess a larger city question, like say a section of downtown that currently has older light poles, but the current city guidelines requires this nicer, newer light poles. But the utility is the wireless provider is only going to replace that one. Does the city have, I guess, a larger master plan to replace others, or are they one-offs as things happen?
I believe the latter. And again, based on very recent conversations with the utilities team and the public works team, they are working on also revising that street style guide to include additional types of street lamps and also additional designs of wireless infrastructure that can be mounted on. That's an ongoing effort on the city end. But at this time, it's as the project comes in basis. So whenever there's a need for that to be replaced, that's when it will be replaced. Not every wireless project coming in will replace a pole. So it may be possible that some of them are still the older design.
And I guess similar question in the same vein is that the examples that you showed had the antennas added above the light pole, above the utility pole, versus the example that we saw back in October was the antenna was mounted to the side of the pole. Is that purely based on, you know, the required height based on RF frequencies, radio frequencies or what have you, or is there a city requirement or a federal requirement for whether the antennas go above the light pole versus on the side of the light pole?
The objective standards state, or previously stated, that the antenna is supposed to be mounted at the topmost of the pole or as high as it can be on the pole as possible. The example that you saw in the pictures that I showed earlier were all antennas on the top of that light mast. And then any other equipment added on to the rest of the body of the pole are additional associated equipment to support the operation of the antennas on the top. Even in the example, or even in the project that we had seen back in October of 2025, the topmost portion above the light, there was a little like cylindrical shaped thing, that was where the antennas were living. The rest of the equipment that was mounted onto the pole were the radio units, which are required to provide the signals to the antennas so the antennas can operate at full capacity. The radio units themselves don't have any signals coming out of them, and they are only direction towards the antenna upwards, where the antenna sends out the rest of the signals. So the exposure around the radio units is like minimal, like very, like probably zero. But the antennas were all the way on the top of the light pole. The 3 units that were mounted alongside the pole on the right side, those were just the radio units.
Okay. I have another question regarding the previous standards. It's also on packet page 40 about landscape screening. It reads, a WCF shall be placed where existing street tree foliage or new street tree or amenity tree foliage within 35 feet of WCF provides interruption of direct views of the WCF. Is that a requirement that's been followed in the past, that if there isn't an existing tree within 35 feet, a new tree has been added?
Yes, it has been followed. It hasn't come up in recent projects, but it has been followed. And we do require that street trees and other additional foliage and trees be shown on the site plan. So if any of these will be impacted or have to be removed, then additional trees do need to be planted.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have any more questions, or shall we go to public comment? All right. Okay, go for it.
So Nishira, one of the slides you showed was a screenshot of a map from downtown north. Like I remember like Hawthorne Avenue and Everett. And it was kind of interesting that you showed that, because I didn't, like reading the materials, I didn't kind of pick up any specific issues with downtown, with that downtown area. Like, can you say more about like why you wanted to focus the discussion on this area? Because like also in the objective standards, it states that WCFs shall be placed only in non-residential zoning districts, except, if you want to put it in a residential zoning district, it has to be on expressways and roadways identified with a special setback, etc. But I think downtown north will never fulfill these requirements, because there are no arteries or expressways, and there are no special setbacks. So is it like, did you show this slide because you thought it was particularly difficult to put new antennas or new facilities into this area, and you're looking for specific feedback on how we would resolve the problem of downtown north?
A little bit of both. So the council's direction from last year indicated that staff study the feasibility of a larger setback from residential properties when we're considering the installation of new wireless facilities on existing or new poles. So the data team had put together a small map just limited in the downtown neighborhood just to see where existing poles are and where potential wireless facilities could go. So based on that map, they did create these 100-foot buffers around each of those poles, just to kind of see like what the relationship would be with the existing residential facilities in this neighborhood and the existing poles and how far away they are from residential facilities to determine if that 100-foot setback is technically feasible. So I just pulled a little snippet of that into the slide. There is a larger map that's available, but it's still in the works, so I didn't put the whole thing up here. But just the snippet shows that, within the red dots that you see, those are all the streetlight poles or poles that have wireless equipment or are just streetlight poles. And there's like 100-foot buffers around them. And all the little yellow bubbles are the existing residences. So if we were to start to apply that 100-foot setback from these poles, it would make it extremely difficult to put in any new wireless facility on any pole. And this is pretty consistent across the rest of the city. So that's just a little snippet of what I was trying to show here. This is not any formal determination. This doesn't make any formal recommendation to ARB on the feasibility of wireless equipment on these poles.
I do have to jump in here with this map for a second. I have been trying to bite my tongue a little bit. It's almost like a backwards map. Like you guys have the 100-foot diameter around the pole. And I think what actually would be more helpful is to see, okay, where are residential units and then take a 100-foot setback from those. And then anything that's white and exposed, okay, that's a potential location for the street pole. So I totally understand that you didn't create this, that this is a thing, but it's been bugging me since I first saw it. Because it's almost like backwards of what we need, right? We would need to see where they could go rather than sort of where they are now and the fact that they're overlapping. And also, just for a point of clarification, is it accurate to say that every single one of these buildings that's being shown is residential?
Primarily. I did briefly look into this before putting it this on the side. The zoning district in this area is multifamily districts, and a lot of these are being utilized as residential also, either residential or home occupation. So there are going to be people living in this space. But that's just, again, the little snippet of it. It doesn't mean that every single building is being utilized as residential. Perfect. Okay, so just on that note, if anyone ever does sit down and create a map for this in the future, I think that the best advice I could give is start with where the residences are, start with where the schools are, and go out from those facilities. And again, it's not property line, it's kind of from the building itself. Now, that being said, buildings can change and all of that, but starting from the buildings that we know are schools, going out that 1,500 feet, and then starting from the buildings that we know are residential to some extent, and going out from there. And then we can, as ARB, see, okay, if this is outside of those areas, and maybe there's a special consideration we can make for units that are saying we're outside of those areas. Maybe that can bypass ARB or something like that. And again, this is part of a little bit later in the meeting discussion, but I think that would be a very helpful map to have, especially for a company that's coming in saying we're going to put a new pole. If they can say, hey, if we move 10 feet to the left, we're actually outside of all of these outside of all of these zones, and maybe they, by doing that intentionally, can get sort of a little bit more accelerated through the process. So food for thought.
Speaking of schools, so is it common to just include the public school in this way, or if we include all schools, both private and public, it will violate certain laws?
I believe the conversation was around all schools and daycares in the city. They didn't specify what type of school to include in that. So all schools and all daycares. And that work is in progress.
Okay, because on packet page 36, the appealed standards only states the public school boundary.
Yeah, I'd piggyback on that as well to say that I think it's, public school and private school, they both have kids. It doesn't really matter if it's public or private. And then also on that note, there are some daycares in homes, right? Like there are some unique facilities that have like 10 kids, but they are registered daycare. They just happen to be in a home, and those can change locations and things like that. So that would also be sort of a more difficult moving target, but would need to be sort of followed as well. To say, this random house on Hamilton Avenue, there's actually a daycare that's there from 9 to 4. So that would be worth noting as well.
On the kind of the same note over in package page 37, where it says building or structure setback, this is also on the repealed ordinance. The WCF shall not be placed closer than 20 feet from any building used for occupancy in any zoning district, because this previous standards did not mention distance from residential, just the public schools. It just says not permitted in residential, is placed as permitted in non-residential zoning districts, but then it says 20 feet from any building used for occupancy in any zoning district. So does that mean, I guess trying to understand the previous standard was that it could be anywhere more than 20 feet from any building?
That's what staff had, that was the threshold that staff had used previously. And during the conversations or discussions with City Council did bring up to increase that distance, increase that setback. So in the repeal standards, it states a 300 feet setback from public schools and a 20-foot setback from habitable residential buildings. And the conversation that was had at the City Council hearings last year was a 1,500-foot setback from any school or daycare in the city, and a 100-foot setback from a residential structure, not a residential property. So I believe they wanted to identify all residential structures, so exactly where the buildings are, and then measure a 100-foot setback from there, which is like, a bit difficult considering that buildings do change, as you mentioned previously. So that is something that we would have to definitely hire a consultant for down the line to see if that would be feasible. But really just waiting to see, what future applications propose.
And you did mention that some proposals coming in are for downtown area.
Yes,
In the near
correct.
future, so kind of similar to the map that you shared. Is that true?
Yes, the proposals coming in under AT&T, under the one cluster application, would be in the either downtown or University South neighborhood. It wasn't very clear, but we don't have a formal application yet. But the initial sites that they were exploring were in the downtown north and University South neighborhoods.
Through the chair, if I may, since it is approaching 10 o'clock, may I suggest that we do public comment on this item and then can continue discussion?
Yes, thank you. So, let's move on to public comments. Do we have requests to speak?
Through the chair, I have 2 requests to speak, and if there's any members of the public that would like to speak via Zoom, please raise your hand. Let me see. So our first speaker will be Courtney P.
Please state and spell your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Courtney Perillo, Courtney Perillo. I am the Wireless Construction Director for AT&T in Northern California. Thank you for hearing my comment. So AT&T is here today because, as you've heard, we have an application on the cusp of being submitted. And with the change that occurred in 2025, we want to better understand what your approval criteria is and what the process looks like, because that will allow us to move forward with our application as efficiently as possible. We do anticipate that our application will fall under the Tier 2 wireless grouping. So that means that shot clock is the 60 to 90 days. So it's a tight timeline. So we want to make sure that we are as efficient as possible. We're trying to avoid a lot of back and forth and revisions. We don't want to waste your wonderful planning staff's time or the ARB's time. So the more clear and consistent we can be in the criteria, the better that process will go, and the better we will be in compliance with those shot clock timelines. So I did hear some comments that perhaps the objective criteria that was in place previously could be used for Tier 2 and be, in the hands of the planning department. I think that would be very helpful in the case of our application. We have a service objective that we are looking to meet here. That's the whole purpose of our project, right? AT&T is investing in California. AT&T is investing in the city of Palo Alto. So we're really excited about improving the network experience for some of your residents. And so we, must make sure we meet that service objective, and we also have to make sure that whatever design criteria we use or concealment elements that we use are technically feasible. They allow us to meet that service objective, and the elements are certified, and available for use, right? So they have to be certified as safe, they have to allow RF transmissions, things of that nature. But as long as we can meet our service objectives, and as long as, it is feasible for us to use those elements, we want to partner with you. We want to work with what you're looking for. And really just what we're asking is to make that approval criteria clear and consistent so that we can get it right the first time, right? And move in through this process and understand what the expectation is, because that will help us meet our objectives. I think that will help your planning staff and you all and be the best of use of your time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark G.
Hi, I'm Mark Grabish, M-A-R-C-G-R-A-B-I-S-C-H, and I am the program manager for AT&T for small wireless facilities. I work for Courtney, and I appreciate your time. You may remember me from that October hearing that we had on that installation, and wanted to say that we did at least the best that we can to listen to the feedback that we received, and I have a presentation that we can share to show some of the designs that we're looking at for the upcoming network service gap that we're trying to fill. It is an urgent gap. We have received customer complaints about the service, which is one of the reasons that prompted us to really try to push forward on this. But what we wanted to do is share, we don't have a lot of say into the size of the equipment that comes out of the manufacturer. There's a lot of different frequencies and spectrum that we have that we try to use in order to fill gaps, and some of that could be based on what a coverage need, it could be a capacity need, it could be both coverage and capacity. And we also don't have a lot of say over the actual concealment elements because, as Courtney mentioned, they have to be proven to be reliable and work in real-world applications. So they go through rigorous testing for safety, ensuring that there's proper heat dissipation. One of the things that we've heard on equipment in the past is residents don't care for fan or active cooling elements because they create noise, and even if they meet the noise ordinance that the city has, I think residents still find that it's a nuisance. So we've tried to come up with designs and radio equipment and concealment that does allow for that active airflow and that we can use passive cooling. If we can move on, we do have two different designs that we're looking to fulfill. One is on an existing streetlight pole, and one is on a wood utility pole, and each have different implications. And on the right side is what we would anticipate as a potential solution for streetlight, but we are going to give you different options of how we can mount and configure the equipment. So if we can move on, we'll show the wood pole example first. And on this, you can see the concealment box, which would house all the existing radios, conceal all of the coaxial elements and electrical connections. They would run up the pole in a conduit and then connect to the antenna that is at the top of the pole. This shroud is actually only 13 cubic feet. I know that the 28 cubic feet was a concern, but this is the smallest shroud that we can use in order to conceal the existing equipment. Also, with the perforations, allow for the heat dissipation and the airflow. One thing you can't see on this photo simulation, but in the back of the deck we'll get to, it does have rounded corners. I think that was one of the comments that we heard, is not just have a square box that conceals it, but has some architectural flair to it, so it does have rounded corners on the outsides. If we can also do side-by-side, where the radios are mounted back-to-back, hanging off the pole. And one thing to point out, on wood utility poles, we do have a lot more restrictions on the designs that we can impose based on General Order 95 under this California Public Utility Code. So there are offsets that we have to meet from the pole itself. There are separation distances that we have to meet from the electrical lines, as well as quadrants for climbing space, and then PG&E safety standards and mounting heights and other restrictions. But then we also can do, in addition to side-by-side, we can do the vertically stacked, which you have seen as well. All of these would be contained in different shrouds, but the shrouds are as architecturally designed as we can make. And then if we can move on, we can show there's 2 or 3 radios, depending again on the need of the capacity need for the service gap that we're trying to fill. And we can continue moving to the streetlight pole. So again, on a streetlight pole, we can do a vertically stacked solution. Again, it may be 2 or 3 radios. As you saw for the page mill application, that was a 3-radio solution. In the case that we're looking to apply for now, actually, we're going to go with a 2-radio solution and try to, again, as the expectation is, we're using the smallest equipment available in order to fill that service gap.
If I can just cut in, his time did expire, but I wanted to run through the chair if you allow him to finish.
Yes, thank you. Let's do 3 more minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a single enclosure. Again, it does have the rounded edges, and that would house both radios. What is really interesting about this is it actually, because of the way that it's designed, that single radio enclosure is just marginally larger than if we did an individual radio enclosure and mounted 2 of them, and you'll see that in the photo simulations. The other thing to note about this is that is a 3 cubic feet enclosure, so well below that 28 cubic feet allowance. And then we can do 2 radios that, again, each have an individual. On the next slide should show that, where they are mounted back to back. And again, we've mounted these as high up as we think is structurally feasible on the pole. That was more feedback that we received on that October application. And these would be mounted back to back with, again, a shroud to conceal the coaxial and electrical fiber connections. And if you can go, there's the vertical stacking option, and then what we think we might be able to do, I don't know, this again would have to be determined if it's structurally feasible. If we can lower it down the pole, it would be more structurally feasible, but this would be a 3-radio solution where they're mounted around the pole. And this is for a combined 4G and 5G installation where the radios are connected to the antenna, and then that antenna on the top is what transmits the signal. Those radio elements are not transmitting. I mean, they transmit the signal, but that signal goes through the antenna, and the antenna is what's actually transmitting the EME. Just another point, and I did make this in our October hearing, is that to underground this equipment would require much larger boxes and vaults than the public right-of-way can handle with the existing underground infrastructure with power, sewer, water, communication lines. In addition, there's a lot of potential for a cabinet or vault of that size. It has to have element control. So then we would end up having to have active units in there. It has to be large enough for a man to be able to fit in order to fix the radios. And so there are just a lot of technical limitations, potential tree root issues as well, and that is a big priority for the city of Palo Alto as well. So just wanted to present these design solutions to you and see if we can get some feedback on if we're going in the right direction, because we do want to get these applications submitted soon. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian M. Brian M., you may now speak.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Sorry about that. The Zoom took a second to catch up. So I just want to say thank you. My name is Brian Meekum, B-R-I-A-N, last name Meekum, M-E-C-U-M. And I work with Courtney and Mark. Can you see me by chance or no?
No, but we can hear you.
Okay, I have my video on, but it's not coming through. Anyway, the short of it is I work with both Mark and Courtney. I operate the Western United States for AT&T, and I'm very excited that we were able to come here and to present to you today for a couple of reasons. Let me just review a few thoughts, what I think about for Palo Alto and small cells and for your consideration. Residents generally don't notice a well-designed small cell, but they immediately notice when you can't complete a phone call. So their telehealth appointment freezes, their child can't access educational content, or emergency communications fail. The objective I hope for both of us is to achieve goals that we preserve Palo Alto's architectural character, but also providing the communication infrastructure the residents are increasingly dependent on every day. So in my opinion, in our company's opinion, small cells are the modern equivalent of adding neighborhood roads instead of trying to force all traffic onto one freeway. Because the most important call a resident ever makes is probably going to be a 911 call. So traditional macro towers provide broad coverage, but they struggle in areas with tree canopies, dense development, multi-story buildings, busy commercial districts, or parks or gathering areas. So your typical Palo Alto resident today has more than one smartphone. They have connected vehicles, they have home automation devices, they do video conferencing, they have remote work application, they have streaming services. Our strong wireless infrastructure for all three carriers, I'm not just advocating for AT&T, but for T-Mobile and for Verizon, they support local businesses. It enables remote work, it attracts investment, it improves visitor experiences, it supports innovative ecosystems. Our modern small cells today, I heard quite a few of the discussions about making sure that they don't grow in size. And you have our commitment that we're not going to come back and retrofit them with much larger antenna. Everything is shrinking in general. They are what you saw mounted on utility poles, street lights, or similar infrastructure, smaller than traditional cell towers. And this reduces visual impact. So in summary, small cells are not primarily a carrier benefit. They are community infrastructure that enables public safety, economic vitality, remote work, education, daily connectivity, provided they're deployed with thoughtful architectural integration and minimal visual impact, which behind closed doors at AT&T, we say the same things we say to you publicly. We want to make economic prosperity stronger in our communities. And there are a lot of people in Palo Alto asking for better coverage. And that's why we're here today. Thanks for your time.
And through the chair, I have no other requests to speak.
Thank you. And thank you to all the public speakers. Question to staff, because it's public comments and not really part of, project review for today. Can we comment on what was presented as part of public comment?
Clarification as to, can you comment on what was presented? You wouldn't be commenting on, expressing opinions on what you might think of the upcoming project because you don't have the full information for that. However, you can use the information provided as examples as you are looking at the standards and thinking about what standards we want to be considering bringing back to you from staff to you so that you can then make a recommendation to council.
And can we ask questions of the public comments?
We can. There is that room. We try and keep that limited. But if there are questions to clarify some of the information they provided, that should be allowed.
Thank you. In that case, I do have one question for, sorry, I forgot your name, second speaker. Mark, thank you. So you presented options, if you don't mind coming to the podium. with antenna and the radio equipment. I think in the October presentation, there was also, I forget, it was a shut-off switch or something that was in a cabinet. Is that still, I assume that's required of any installation? There's a shut-off somewhere close to the ground, is that true?
That's correct. In that other application, initially we presented it on the pole, and then we worked with Palo Alto Utilities to ensure that we could make that connection underground, and that's what we would deploy in these as well.
So just to clarify, you deploy something underground, not on the pole?
Correct. We haven't built that site yet. Actually, it's going into construction any day now. But for the future applications, since we know that it's okay with Palo Alto Utilities, the disconnect will be underground.
Okay, thank you.
In a vault underground.
Yes, a sub box.
Does anybody else have any other questions for the public? Thank you, Ms. Down.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, I do. You know, it was mentioned that there seems to be a diminution of size in some of the equipment, and it could be at some point substantial. Would there be a possibility of the shroud or the surround being altered at some point to minimize the look of it relative to the pole, et cetera, to the environment? Or is this going to be a fixture that's going to use the box and just replace the equipment inside?
If the opportunity presents itself on a future modification application to reduce that size, we absolutely would go with the smallest available option. As you'll note on that October application, we actually removed the street cabinet that was there. That was initially housing our radios, not wireline equipment. I mean, it did have our wireline connection to it that supports the fiber, but that was where our radios were. And since we were able to mount them on the pole, we removed that cabinet from the street. Same thing with we did a bunch of ODAS, outdoor distributed antenna system conversions, where we had an existing radio unit plus a battery backup unit on top of that, and we removed both, and we're left with 3 radios that essentially take up only the same space of that battery backup unit that was on the pole. So we've significantly reduced the visual profile of all of those sites as well.
Can you tell me what you're doing about the vertical connections that happen on the pole itself? So you would have, out of the radios, you would have a line that goes up to the antenna, and there's a line from
on a utility pole.
Yeah, especially wood poles.
Right. On a wooden utility pole, we would use a conduit to conceal that coaxial cable so that it would all run up one shroud or conduit that would be painted to match the pole. And then on the existing streetlight poles, those will all run internally.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. You may sit down.
Thank you.
You will move on to internal discussion. And we do need staff support in some of these questions, so we will kind of keep asking questions of the staff, I think, if that's all right. So I would like to suggest that we go to package page 36, where the previous objective standards starts, and continue on all the way to package page 41. Is my high-level assessment is that quite a few of the items that are in the previous standards are neither our expertise nor our purview. So I'd like to ask of staff, is Public Works or PTC or other commissions going to weigh in on the objective standards as we develop them, or how would experts help weigh in on this?
So The Planning Commission and Council had weighed in on those when we originally developed them, and any new ordinance would go to the Planning Commission and Council again.
Through the chair, if I can just ask a timeline question, we're not looking to revise all of this today. It really is sort of, let's get some high-level process for what the next steps are to revise this, right? So today, we're not trying to actually go through this item by item and tackle each one of these subjects, but sort of maybe it's that we're trying to set up a timeline for what the next meeting is, what we're going to cover in the next meeting, then getting possibly PTC approval of our revised standards should it be necessary, and then having maybe a final meeting of approval. Is that sort of what we're looking to set up here, is sort of this process of what we're going to do next?
Yes, overall, we would be looking for direction on, how we're going to move forward. If that's to develop a new ordinance, then ideally we'd be coming back with a draft based on some feedback and direction from you that you can consider in the next hearing.
And to add to that, ideally, because we do have a relatively short timeline at this point, and we want to have the opportunity to, we will need to check in with Planning and Transportation Commission and get their recommendation. Our request today is that you provide us input on what areas you believe need to be changed, things that are missing, so that we can come back to you with a draft document to consider any changes to the process, as well as to these guidelines. And then at that meeting, we would be getting your recommendation, any further tweaks or modifications to the draft that staff puts together. That would then go to PTC and council. So
through the chair, again, I know that on my little notes here, I have a list of things that I think we should cover. It's not necessarily like dissecting this, but someone else may have dissected this. So how do you want us to translate our thoughts to you and to staff?
My thought was like on the process side, we have a discussion on what we think should come to us versus staff level review. And as far as guidelines are concerned, can I use this previous objective standard as framework and focus on the few items on this list that we believe are our purview and we want to provide further guidance, but also note the ones that we don't think we're experts on, and so like further discussions on some of these items are not, good use of our collective time. Does that make sense? Yeah. All right, so let's start with the process question and discussion on like what should come to ARB for review. My personal thought is that Tier 3 should definitely come to ARB for review, but Tier 2 items, do we want to have a discussion on like whether it's location types that, some framework that we think is necessary to come to us?
Yeah, I'm in full support of sort of the Tier 3 should come to us. I think that makes a lot of sense. And with Tier 2, and I kind of made a list here, I think that there's a lot of ways that Tier 2 can sort of move forward without necessarily having a full ARB inquiry. And especially given that, like Board Member Adcock said, Chair Adcock said, that it's we've got these tight shot clocks on those ones. So anything we can do to sort of usher those along, I think is going to be beneficial. Per AT&T's presentation, they gave us some pretty clear examples. And I'm inclined to think that if there's a way we can get some pre-approved designs, right? Whether it's from AT&T saying this, or this, and we can say, okay, that's considered type A, type B, type C, and that can apply to any carrier, right? But if we have some pre-approved designs, I think that's an easy way for them to go, we chose design A, the cute little street light, it's the box on top, it meets these dimensions, we can just be like, done, right? Paint it in go away green or blend in brown, depending upon the pole or the context, and we can all move along. Because again, if we're seeing the same sort of repetitive design, it's not really worth anybody's time or effort. So my thought would be, let's get a set of some pre-approved designs, one for a wood pole, one for a street light, one for a metal pole, right? Things like that. And on those notes, there's the difference between existing poles and new poles, right? And so if there's some existing designs where it's in line with the pole, doesn't extend beyond, maybe we can say that's a pre-approved method, right? If there's a certain number diameter cylinder on the top or an extension of the existing pole in line with the pole, again, pre-approved, we can all move on. So my mind would be setting up a list of actual firm pre-approved designs and then a list of sort of these are pre-approved methods, right? Where maybe it's a little bit more wiggle room than this is the exact thing. Maybe it's because it's going to be a little bit tailored to an existing condition. But if they can choose from one of those pre-approved designs or pre-approved methods, then they can just move along. So that'd be sort of my step one. Step two would be if they're doing a new pole, again, we can have pre-approved designs that they can just say, hey, we're gonna, as a benefit to the city, we're installing one of these really pretty downtown lights with the new, lamp fixture, and it's just a brand new pole. Here we're fitting the maximum dimensions. Again, we can pre-approve. And then the other thing that I would also say should be in consideration is based on this map that we're sort of asking for, if they're out in kind of the middle of nowhere and no one's gonna look at it, there's really not a lot of need for us to see it. So there's, again, maybe we have a little bit more flexibility with size or dimensions or aesthetics when it's outside of the 1,500-foot zone, outside of the 100-foot zone. If it's up on Page Mill somewhere towards Foothill Park and, not many people are gonna see it, maybe it's less important. Maybe not. I could be wrong on that. So I just want to sort of put that out there and sort of cover that as well. But I think for my mind, step one is getting pre-approved designs for existing poles, pre-approved designs for new poles, and then finding ways to sort of incentivize to some extent compliance, right? Because if they're going to just pick one of the designs that we're all okay with, let's move it along, right? And that incentivization for them is that they don't really have to deal with a whole nother hearing. So encouragement of that, I think, is sort of the right way to go.
Some comment on that. How do you address the issue that there are going to be several different suppliers here, and each one may have a different idea about how they design their particular piece? For example, there are ventilation grills on the ones that were suggested here. They could happen here, they could happen there. There's alternatives to that. Rounded corners versus a square box.
Corners, yeah.
Vertical orientations versus more boxy element.
Flower ones that look a little heavy.
Yeah. So if we're going to standardize, how do you suggest we take care of those variations?
That's a great question, and I think that's exactly sort of part of what I'm curious about doing in the next step. I don't think we're going to solve that today, but I think, again, incentivizing, saying if you've got rounded corners, vents on the sides or something, you're just approved, right? Do we really have to nitpick whether the vents are a 1/4 of an inch or a 1/2 an inch and whether they're vertical or horizontal? Probably not. Right? And understand there will be some fluidity, but maybe we, have examples and then give some plus or minus tolerances, understanding that, AT&T will have different aspects and items than Verizon per se. But I think that having some pre-approved designs with tolerances to account for those different carriers is sort of a good step. I always face this way and I ignore you. I hate that. Other people are this way. So do I have an answer for that today? No, but I think we can sort of write that into the pre-approved designs, understanding that, okay, this is a light post with a cylindrical item at top, variations in dimensions, plus or minus tolerances, vents are acceptable, right? And then saying, okay, well, the flower design that needs 3, because that's so big and bulky, because it's going to be more structurally impacting an existing pole, that one should come to us. So maybe that's the way to do it, is say, okay, these ones that are easy, they're kind of no-brainers, they're pretty, they're easy, we're good with them. Anything above that might need to come to us, even if it's a tier 2. So that's sort of where I'm a little bit on the fence here.
That goes to who creates the pre-approved designs, which, just for example, when we do school projects for DSA, we can buy USA Shades, PC drawing, but USA Shade has to design and install it. So AT&T's pre-approved in that example, Verizon would not copy and install it. It's very specific to that vendor versus for, the parklet designs that we reviewed not that long ago, that would be, there's very specific set of drawings that somebody can basically build. Because there's similar equipment, but then it's sort of brand specific, I guess how would, first question is, who would create the pre-approved designs? And, if we follow the parklet kind of way, then city staff would have to create that. That's a lot of burden that we would be asking for. And Jennifer says, no way.
Yeah, no, so I do have a thought on that to some extent.
So I think maybe it's terminology, it's not pre-approved, but very specific guidelines is maybe what we're.
Yeah, and I guess with the pre-approved design, I mean, we're not looking at the attachment or the screw size or the venting, I guess. It's more of like, okay, here's your volume and sort of locational placement plus or minus. If you comply with that, it's a pre-approved design, you're good to go. And that being said, maybe once AT&T has a project that comes forward, once we have reviewed it once, we can say, okay, this can be interpreted as a pre-approved design should AT&T choose to copy its own design. Same thing with Verizon. When they come in, we review the first one, say, okay, this is now a pre-approved design, you can copy your own. And then that way, the carriers don't have to worry about like trying to, minuscule an inch here at a half an inch there. They can do what they want, and once we've okayed it, then they're good to go. Staff's not then doing it without technical knowledge. AT&T can actually present what they really would like to do moving forward, and we can say, all right, we've seen it once, we don't need to approve 30 more of these. So that would be my suggestion to some extent for that, is that each one we get to see once and then say, move it along. Now, if there's an easier way to catch this all at once, that would be ideal. But I don't know if we have that capacity, because like you said, the different carriers might have slightly different
Antennas and shrouds and all
Exactly.
that stuff.
Exactly.
So like, for instance, the streetlight poles, there are 3 types, the El Camino, California Park, and downtown. So if each vendor or, wireless provider did, their recommended design for, say, the El Camino Real type, and it can install antenna up to a certain height and 1 to 3 radios, and it's kind of forming the outer boundary of.
Right. Palo Alto has designed the street pole. They have to comply with the street pole per that zone, right? And if they say, we're going to add a 3-foot tall, X width antenna on top with 1 box down on the pole, we can say that's great, pre-approved design, you can move along, right? We can designate that as a pre-approved design to some extent. And again, maybe we allow for tolerances, understanding that technology changes so that they don't have to say, it's exactly 27.5 inches, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, we need 28 inches, right? So we can say a plus or minus and then allow that to just sort of move forward. But yeah, I think that that's basically saying, we have Palo Alto street poles, fully designed. You guys can attach here, 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 X amount of dimensions, plus or minus, good to go. What do you think?
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I like it. I think, in terms of nomenclature, I'm not sure it's a pre-approved design. I think it's there are very few design parameters. I think it's very simple. It's the cubic feet, mounting height, color, and, maybe rounded edges. Maybe, somebody can add 2 more, but I think it's very simple. And I think as long as they comply with those, I'm not sure, like we ARB have to review even the first version of it. You mentioned maybe we review the first version, and then, once we reviewed it, they can do it later. I mean, I'm not sure what we are going to review, to be honest, because if they comply with those guidelines, like we're not going to tell the manufacturer, make something else. Like,
Yeah.
So I think staff, can make the decision. And then I think also the other challenges with that approach is with the approach of reviewing the first one, is like I think these come in as a package. I think they apply for, 50 at a time, and then they're not going to apply for anything for the next 5 years.
Actually, I was going to ask
So-
that question of Nishita, like, what's the pattern that you're seeing coming up? Like, I think you mentioned like a dozen or so coming in from each AT&T and Verizon. Is that, like, do you see them on an annual that many, or is it one-off? Or maybe applicants can, potential applicants, future applicants can answer that question.
Yeah, the cluster applications that we've seen, the one coming in this year, I think the last one came in maybe 3 years ago, approximately. I think maybe 2 years ago in 2024 was the last like cluster application. I don't know how many it had, but I believe it was maybe 6 or 7. But that was also part of another batch cluster application that Verizon did beginning in 2019. So they continued to submit those cluster applications. But the one coming from AT&T this time around, I think it's been a few years since they've submitted it. I'm sure one of the AT&T representatives can confirm that.
And like what I would, like my kind of separate topic is, I would not tie it to tier 1 versus tier 3, because if it's tier 3 would be a new facility, but if it's a new facility that complies, with these guidelines, like they still don't need to, come to the ARB. So I think I would say, like, irrespective of the tier, as long as the guidelines are fulfilled, it doesn't need to have ARB review. For me, I think the only thing that is more risky is those above ground mounted kind of boxes. So I think it's, as if one of those is required, above a certain size, I think that would trigger an ARB review. But just putting antennas on a post, like, even if it's a new facility, like I think staff can handle.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think if it's on an existing pole, it's a very different scenario than if they need that big box sitting next to it, which could impede, public right-of-ways, it could impede sidewalks, things like that would need further discussion, so.
Yeah, I think I will support the streamlined process. However, what I'm kind of struggle is, like the design, we basically have 2 categories. One is underground and the other is above ground, whatever it is. So, but from what we heard from the public comment, it seems like it's almost impossible to do the underground because of the complexity of the existing utilities and also the size required for the space for maintenance. So even though it seems like underground is preferred option, however, it sounds like it will never happen. Is it true, or because the issues they mentioned here are common to every street, like the utilities and the size of the box. So if that is the case, then
I think it's a case of whether the radio equipment, or I forget if it's called a shutoff or a switch. I could be wrong, but essentially the radio equipment, you guys can comment on it, is needs access and, person space to get in versus just below grade, like a small vault for a shutoff. Is that correct? So I think so we should separate the 2 items. So there's antenna, there's radio equipment, and there's a shutoff switch. Yeah. So if we kind of say the antenna is on the top of the pole of a maximum certain dimension, radio equipment can be mounted to the pole up to a certain dimension that does not have to come to us. And as long as the switch is below grade, we don't need to see it. If a new equipment is added for the switch on grade, maybe that's when it at least gets flagged for us for review, and we can have a discussion with staff on whether it's, size of an irrigation controller versus larger, like what's the, threshold of spending everybody's time reviewing it. Does that make sense?
So technically, is it possible to have the radio equipment underground, or it's just impossible? Yeah, it's only the antenna above.
Can we ask applicants or future applicants to comment on that?
Yeah, can a representative from AT&T just answer, I guess the question is, what equipment could be underground, hypothetically speaking, versus how much of this has to be above ground?
And if I may actually suggest a slight expansion to that, if we are asking a question of them, I think it would be helpful for the board to understand the different components that are involved in these, because it may actually be more than just kind of the cabinet and the thing on the pole, and so that may help inform your discussion.
You know, I just think this has been answered for us. The radios are, I think they prefer them on the pole in a specific kind of shaped enclosure, depending upon whether there's 1, 2, or 3. I think the antenna clearly has to be on the pole, and the switch has to be in the ground. I think that decision has been made. I don't think we're questioning that. My personal opinion is that the simplest way to make the radios is if they're vertically oriented and in a vertical enclosure, then they look less bulky, and we could make that decision as to a preference. Our preference is to have them vertically and in an enclosure that is as small as possible. The idea of them being rounded corners, I think, would be a kind of a preference. Placement of ventilation, the way they suggested, since they've analyzed that, seems reasonable, what they're proposing. And we could say that's up to them to determine the ventilation capability of the enclosures. And I don't see a reason for us doing much more than that at this time, because it's up to them to design these things. The specific size, the attachment to the pole, all of those things they could then present in the final design. The variations that they will need, depending upon the area in which they're covering in the particular contract area, I don't see any need for us doing anything other than saying our preferences are.
Right. But I think we can add to the guidelines that, yes, there are the radio equipment and there's a shroud around them.
Yeah,
that
for sure.
The shroud encloses not just the radio equipment, but also all cables, power, data, cabling that goes to it. So when it's a steel, like a light pole, everything's inside the pole and the wires that come out are concealed by a shroud, versus in a wood pole, it's all in conduit. So I think that's kind of the design guideline.
Conduit that goes on the pole, which they said would be the same color as the pole, but it.
Correct, and in case of a steel pole.
Steel pole is going to be internal.
Right, internal, and I think from the one that we saw in October, there's obviously wiring that comes out of it and connects to the radio equipment and then up to the antenna.
That's right.
That those all have to be concealed.
Each one will be connected separately.
Right.
So, I mean, I think that the engineering has been presented to us previously. That in fact, the previous one we looked at had all of the radios on one enclosure, whereas they showed us here the possibility that there could be a vertical orientation of the radios. And all of the projecting element is coming from the antenna after all. So then it's either going to be through the pole to the antenna, it's going to have to go on the surface of the pole.
So whether the radio's equipment is vertically installed or around, do we want to state a preference, or is it a case by case?
I personally don't have a preference, just aesthetically.
Yeah, if it is above the ground, it's quite similar. But technically, I want to clarify, actually, radio equipment could be underground, technically. So if the underground its preferred option, we should push hard instead of just put the switch underground. Because what bothers us is more about the radio equipment. It's bulky, it could be a couple of them mounting on the pole. So that's the part that what we have to pay attention to if it's mounted above the ground. That's the aesthetic issue we are facing. However, if the underground option is the preferred one for the city and it's doable, then we should push hard on it. But if there are so many issues like the utility issues and the size of it that the previous applicant just mentioned, if that is just not feasible, then maybe we should just forget about it and even not mention it about it, right? If we want it, we should push hard on it.
My thought is that we keep it as an option, but not as a preferred option, but because there are cases such as, in more remote areas that it is possible versus in the congestion of all the utilities in downtown, it's, asking for more than what's feasible, but it's not completely infeasible everywhere. But then that goes to, what Kendra was saying earlier of like, how picky are we going to be in areas that are remote? Then are we concerned about, being in an underground vault for areas that are remote? So it's kind of like, cuts both ways. So I'd like to keep that as an option, but practically speaking, given cost and everything, I don't think underground vaults, the size of, having people go in it, is that likely to be the route that most providers will go. However, I do want to insist that, unless it's completely technically infeasible, that the switches are underground. And, not in even a small box next to the pole, especially more pedestrian areas. Is that a guideline that we want to state?
Yeah, well, somehow it doesn't seem logical to me that if we have something that needs ventilation, that you're going to put it underground for the radios. And it does need ventilation, clearly. So suggesting it is something that we're doing that they may not be interested in. So why are we suggesting that?
Well, I think they are interested in it. Like, I think even these proposals that we have seen, they all include that element. So.
An underground element? The
Yeah,
only one
the
so far is
switch.
the switch.
Yeah, so like what I understood from the options is that the only things that are above ground is the antenna and those radios. That's it.
That's it.
So everything else is.
Well, everything else is wire.
And
Wire and.
switch and, whatever.
And the switch.
So I think they're already complying with it.
Yeah, they are.
It's the bottom of packet, page 37, that says preferred option of underground design with a maximum vault of 5'8", 8'2", 5'7", which is a pretty ginormous vault, excluding space for ventilation and sump pump. Do we want to keep this as an underground design option, not necessarily a preferred option?
If I can jump in here, I think I'm just a little concerned that we're going to start to get into some nitty-gritty stuff that maybe we're not prepared to solve today. So I might suggest that we're always concerned about time limits, but I might suggest that we take a moment to actually review this. Maybe it's each person, and then we come back and say, what are our sort of targeted adjustments that we think we should make? But maybe that's homework for us to come home and say, okay, let's edit this up. And then at the next meeting, we can actually go over this in a little bit more minutia. But I guess today, I think that our goal at this moment might be to say, okay, what is the next step? We need another meeting. At the next meeting, what do we hope to accomplish? Maybe get everybody's edits for this would be one. Maybe looking back at some already approved designs, and then we can push those forward as like to be considered for pre-approvals, right? But getting an idea of what we want to accomplish at the next meeting might be where we want to go today. I'm just concerned that we're going to get into this and then we're going to be changing like little bitty things here, that we're going to end up doing this whole thing all at once might be a better option than just trying to pick one item. What do you think?
Yeah, I think on that, like if I start on top of package page 36, everything in packet page 36 itself seems to be outside of our purview, right? So the first place I think it's for us to discuss at all is historic, like I would go down to historic, on package page 37, historic district sites and structures. And maybe that's a conversation we can have today or at a later meeting. And then going down from the design standards, underground versus above ground, we keep going down to, I think, packet page 39, WCF equipment adjustment. I think that's kind of the end of ARB purview. Jennifer, Claire, feel free to chime in. And then all the way at the end on package page 40, landscape screening and landscape replacement might be something that we can at least review and see if we want to edit, but everything from distances from residential and all of that seems to be not really something that we have any expertise to comment on. If that makes sense. So given that it's almost 11, do we want to at least scratch the surface on the items starting from historic district sites and structures?
I would argue no. And I think the reason being is that I think we need to set up a next meeting where we can actually get into this, right? Where we've all had a moment to like really edit it up, give ourselves that homework, and then cover it all at once. So if I can make a suggestion, I think that sort of, if I can propose these as next steps, I think number one would be review previous objective standards and provide edits. And that should be an agenda item at the next meeting, right? And that we all have notes and items and we can come with our specific lists and targeted items where, we sit there and we just go down this entire objective standards and say, okay, these are our edits. And of course, that's making the assumption that we want to keep this list to some extent. And then I would say number two would be, have some examples of previous work and say, okay, which ones would we be okay with being like pre-approved designs? And then what are the tolerances we would need to understand for those designs? And then noting that tier 3 remains under ARB purview. So I would say that my suggestion would be that we make it a point to have a next ARB meeting to discuss this and review this in depth. But I think that sort of nitpicking, that's not the right word, scratching the surface on like this section versus this section today, I worry that it's going to be sort of pulling it apart in a way that it's better just tackle it all at once.
But that was our homework for today though, right? To review this and at least have an initial thought on
Sort of. I mean, but also to understand the process of this, right? There's sort of the bigger picture looking at this to say, what do we want to do, right? And that bigger picture process is, do we even want to have this objective standard list as our basis? Do we want to start from scratch? Do we want to not have objective standards, right? So my argument is that we seem to be on the same page as of saying we want to dig into these objective standards and go over them and edit them. That, if I can say, that seems to be a consensus. We're not trying to throw them out. We're not trying to do anything like that. We're not trying to rewrite them from scratch. So process-wise, yes, that's a good thing to do. If we want to get into this today, right, your chair, it's your decision to make. My comment is that we do still have more agenda items to cover, and I worry that saying, okay, we're going to cover this one section, but maybe not the other sections, won't be as useful as saying, okay, we're going to really spend the next meeting not having AT&T present, not having a whole discussion whether or not we're going to cover objective standards, but saying, we are going to cover objective standards. Let's get into it item by item, and then just run through it.
And I guess kind of related to that, this question for staff, does it make sense to have objective standards that are like ARB objective standards that are kind of parsed out, that are just things that we would care about and, or would be our purview versus, school boundary, residential boundaries, or at least have a subset to the objective standards that we weigh in on and help with crafting versus items that are,
Exactly,
not
like
our
you're
place to
saying,
comment on.
this whole section maybe isn't our purview, maybe that's for PTC or something, Public Works. So making sure that we want to do ARB objectives, and I see them chit-chatting over there.
So I would say that, that I agree there are some of these objective standards. Often the objective standards goes beyond design, and that the ARB's purview really is the design of these locations. And so focusing in on and identifying those that are aligned with your expertise and the ARB purview, I think would help clarify for future process. And so leaving the others that were developed previously through a process with experts involved, without weighing in on those, I think that's perfectly appropriate, that just recommending on what you would like. If I may also, in terms of next steps on this discussion, I agree that we were hoping to, since staff was recommending that we move forward with something that was based on these objective standards. We were hoping to get some feedback on them today rather than having another study session on this. So there are a few different options. One would be to continue the work plan item to your next meeting, since we are not planning to cancel the August 6th meeting, and take a little bit more time this morning to get some direction. Another option would be, if there are components that we don't get to and the board members would like to provide their suggestions in writing to staff within the next week, I would ask that we give a relatively short timeline so that staff then has an opportunity to develop those into an ordinance, or at least a set of revised standards and process for your consideration next time. So it's not an open-ended discussion the next time we return on this topic.
Might I suggest setting up an ad hoc committee of maybe, 2 board members to kind of go through the items and then report on it at the next meeting, or by email, however you prefer, to kind of push this forward, and then we report on it at the next meeting.
And if I may jump in, the staff report, we did include some kind of guiding questions just to get that discussion started. It's on pages 10 and page 11 of the staff report. And they're under like broader categories of concealment, review scope findings, compatibility with the context, and also the process, just to guide the discussion of the ad hoc.
And in terms of the question of an ad hoc, I think that's feasible. If we can work to have a commitment to a certain timeline, whether, there are set meetings and how many would be needed. Really, the goal with that would be to move this forward more quickly. So I think we could be open to that. The problem is, whether that extends the time that this takes to get it moving forward or not, rather than staff working to pull together comments that we receive from individual members. So I think we can discuss those as options.
And to inform whether it's this discussion or as an ad hoc or separately, can we get, for the examples that you shared, Nishita, can we get drawings that were submitted for those projects as at least baseline for dimensions and such?
Absolutely.
I think that's a very good point.
Yeah. Okay. So I know it's a short timeline, but can we have an ad hoc committee of 2 board members to go over both the questions and the old objective standards, and just provide recommended edits or recommend a new set of standards, however the ad hoc committee wants to present it for our August 6th meeting? Is that reasonable timeline?
Yeah.
Do we have volunteers? Anyone? Or should I assign?
I'd be inclined to say that I have a little bit more interest in doing the, potential design review versus editing this, but I'm happy to do both. So if that's something you would like to assign me to, I'd be happy to take that on. But the visuals are a little bit more,
Yeah, I think it's combined, right?
Sure.
Getting some visuals so that we can put at least
put
like,
words to it.
put 5 bullet points or whatever that is our guidelines for the objective standards. So, yes, Kendra, you're on. Anybody else? David?
Sure.
All right.
We got
David and Kendra.
David, great. So the goal of this is that we'll edit this up word-wise. If we can pull some examples or get those drawings from the AT&T or from previous approvals, we'll compile those together, and basically at the next meeting, can we provide those edits, or do you want those edits written up this week so that at the next meeting they're already incorporated?
Our request would be if you can do it by the end of next week, then we can incorporate it into the packet published the following week, so that the whole board has the opportunity to review those and potentially make a recommendation at that time.
Okay. On that note, I might not be the best person for the job then, as I have several tight deadlines this week. So if we need to get it to them by the end of next week, I just might not be the person for this because of time constraints, unfortunately.
Were you volunteering before David jumped on?
Sorry, guys, I really would actually like to be in this, but.
Yeah.
If I may, through the chair, postponing this to the next meeting rather than pushing for the 6th for a recommendation on this, I think is feasible. Yeah, so I think we're consulting about what the different dates are. There may be some flexibility. If we had gotten specific feedback from you today, I don't expect that we would have been coming back at the first August meeting for your formal recommendation. So it may be that it could be that we could have an ad hoc discussion on the 6th, but actually bring something back to the full board for the first meeting in September.
Yeah, I think what I'm suggesting, I guess the ad hoc doesn't necessarily have to be during a meeting.
Correct.
Correct.
On this type of thing, it could be offline.
Yeah, because I would suggest the ad hoc committee would go through this and just say, we abstain or whatever on the items that are outside of our purview, and have a, 1 to 2 hour discussion on the items that we do want to weigh in on, and have our, the ad hoc committee's recommendation on what the ARB's, position would be on some of these items, and bring it. I would suggest that it's, the recommendations are brought up for the next meeting's discussion, and we have a discussion with the whole board on the recommended items from the ad hoc, and then only have our, collective board's recommendation of the revised objective standards on the items that are our purview. Does that make sense?
So can I try and summarize?
Yeah.
So basically for the next meeting on August 6th, we would bring forward all the potential edits and discuss those. And then it would be the following meeting that we would actually say, okay, this is dialed in, we're going to approve it.
I would do that in the next meeting.
At August 6th? Okay, so actually review, edit, and approve all in the August 6th meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's probably going to be pretty tight. I mean, if you all feel you can pull edits together and provide them to staff by the end of next week, I think there would be an opportunity for a discussion, but I don't think we'd have the opportunity to have a draft ordinance ready for review in the packet.
I guess, does it have to be if we are able to come to recommendations on our ordinances at the next meeting, then you guys would then take that and I guess the ordinances itself has to be a future approval.
Or it could be that you're making a recommendation on the changes to the process and a recommendation on changes to the objective standards, and that language then could be crafted into an ordinance for consideration by Planning and Transportation Commission. So I think especially.
I wasn't suggesting the
yeah.
ordinance draft is happening next week, because
Great.
I'm just trying to
Appreciate
get to
that.
what we want to state as our recommended, objective standards, and come to a consensus within the board at the next meeting, along with, what we are asking other commissions or public works to, double check and weigh in.
So I think if we can ask that the ad hoc provide staff with a track changes document maybe of what edits they are recommending, so that could be attached to a staff report. If that could be provided by the end of next week, or maybe beginning of business on the following Monday, then we could attach that to just a brief memo that doesn't have a lot of staff content. And then that can be discussed. We can determine at that time, depending on the specifics, as to whether we need to return for a more detailed recommendation or not. That's my hesitation.
I have an opinion about this. I think this is, the objective standards that have been provided here are generally pretty damn good. And I don't think we're going to need to do a heck of a lot besides maybe some editing, some discussion about minimizing sizes or whatever, some dimension about making sure that the color coordination is correct on these. It's a pretty excellent, I was looking at it in that respect, it's already been done for us. I don't see this as a complicated problem.
With that clarification, I think staff agrees that we could probably move forward on this quickly. If you're able to provide us with those minor suggested changes.
Yes.
And then we'll attach it to a brief memo referencing the information already provided for today's hearing, then that could be a discussion item on the 6th.
I don't know if I've looked closely enough to say whether or not some of the suggestions made by the applicant here, AT&T, would be are a part of this, or at least suggestion as to the shape of some of the items as well. That's something that I think that we are concerned about, the look of this product. There's not too much other than that at this point that we should really focus on.
So I would like to take it a step further.
Yeah.
So I think the objective standards are here, they are pretty good. The applicants have developed options based on these standards. Those options are all good, which to me proves that the objective standards work the way they are written. I agree, if we spend a lot of time, we could change a few words, but I question, is it really kind of worth it? Because these standards work already. So just, it almost feels like a little self-serving to try to edit.
Yeah, I think it's more of like adding some clarity so that, going back to process, what types of projects don't need to come to the board, and there's a little bit more clarity on what are, whether we call them pre-approved or, guidelines, standards. So I think it's not so much editing these, but confirming, okay, we're good with these, and these are some additional guidelines that puts projects in the does not need to come to the ARB bucket.
I think those are two separate questions. I think what you're saying, the objective standards are good, so we don't need to revise them.
I think there's a little bit more clarity we could add to it to make them easier to follow.
So, and then it's a separate question, kind of what needs to come in front of the ARB, versus not.
Right.
And to me, honestly, it's very simple. I mean, we can have another discussion about it next week. But I think that would be very simple. And yeah, so I just wanted to offer my opinion that I would not revise the objective standard.
Yeah, go ahead.
So to just sort of reiterate what we think the process is, right? Because we keep coming down a process, like step is to revise these standards, right? We have an opinion that says we don't need to revise them. So I guess the question is the process to get this done, right? Like there's a process here. Have an ad hoc meeting or have an ad hoc group, 2 people, try and revise and put any revisions in. If, let's say, I have a revision board member, David has a revision board member, Yingxi has a revision, that we can email them to the ad hoc people, right? Because making sure that nothing's missed if it's really important. Board member Joe Jarth might be like, I have no revisions, and that's it, and that's clear. But making sure that we have all revisions compiled in one group from the ad hoc given to staff by the end of Friday next week, Thursday next week, right? That's the process right now. Then that revision set goes through staff, comes to us at ARB meeting, next meeting on August 6th for discussion, noting clarification points, pretty much only, right? So if there's a clarification or revision that needs to be made, then we can have an argument or discussion or whatever, or we can just say, all good, let's move along. That point, all good, move along. But keeping it sort of tight, right? Saying we have minimal revisions, this is what we're looking to accomplish, move on, and then we can really say, we're good to go with this. Does that seem like an appropriate process that ad
Other
hoc?
than the fact that I don't think we can have others other than the ad hoc committee be in an
Email
email
in.
chain because
Got
that's
it.
against the Brown Act.
We would invite anyone with thoughts that they want to share today in preparation for the ad hoc work, that would be a way. If there are additional comments that you'd like to share into staff, that's sufficient, that's satisfactory as well. But it wouldn't maintain Brown Act if we had a third member reaching out to the 2 members of the ad hoc.
Understood, but like, let's say I had a revision. I was like, oh, hey, I was just noticing this one little thing. Could I email it to staff and staff passes it to ad hoc? Or is that not? No, that's a violation. Okay, check.
No, I think that would be in next week's, in the next discussion.
Okay, so then ad hoc, I would say, then my recommendation for ad hoc would be the people with the most revisions should be in charge of it, right? So if you're like, hey, I've already got a ton of revisions, you might want to be on that ad hoc versus board member Joe Jarth, who's like, I don't have any revisions, right? So maybe he's not the best member for the ad hoc committee,
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
yeah, I'm happy to be on the ad hoc. I do have items that I think would help clarify, because my interest is to make sure the objective standard is robust and therefore makes it simpler for applicants and does not need to come to us for a majority of the projects. And I would say the ad hoc also consider the guidelines a little further than our discussion today of whether it's tier 3 comes to us or certain parameters of projects, that this objective standard will help us think through, okay, these certain projects may not fall, types of projects may not fall under the specific guidelines we can put within objective standards without making a novel out of it, and therefore, these are the things we want to see. So, yeah, David, I'm happy to work with you on kind of setting this up, and we'll come back with, we'll at least email you guys what we're thinking ahead of the next, by the end of next week, and then up to you how you incorporate into the package.
I'd just like to say thank you too for taking this on, because it is a fair amount of work, right? And it's,
I'll make it easier on you and come to your office, okay?
Sounds good. All right, anything else on this item as we are approaching a little past 11? I think our only ask of staff is to send us previous projects that we can use for our.
Yeah, it would be useful. Especially,
How do we want to share that information? Email? Does he know?
has the AT&T submission been made to you then?
No, we don't have a formal submittal for these upcoming projects, but we could share past project information.
Good.
With that, we will close this item and take a 9-minute break and come back to the next item.
Are you ready to continue?
You think you can finish in an hour?
Let's do it.
Go text my client.
Let's try it. All right, we're restarting, guys.
Gentlemen,
Gentlemen. Yes. Nope.
let me pull up my mom voice.
Yes. I did. All right, now we're officially back in business. All right, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is the Architecture Review Board's draft annual report and work plan, CEQA status not a project. The staff's recommendation is that the Architecture Review Board discuss the draft annual report and work plan, suggest changes, and recommend submission of the draft work plan to the City Council for approval. All right. So do we have a staff presentation for this?
Yes, thank you. Next slide, please. For the work plan, there haven't been a ton of edits from last year, but we've removed the ARB recommendation to council section that appeared in previous work plans to better align with other board commission work plans. The previous year's work plan goals were carried forward with minor revisions to the priority levels, timelines, and activities identified under each goal. Items completed during the prior year have been removed from the work plan. Next slide. So the annual, and then going on to the annual report summarizes the ARB's accomplishments from last year and how they aligned with the last year's work plan goals. The ARB is asked to review the work plan, suggested updates, and make a recommendation to council for approval. Council is anticipated to review in September or October of this year. And next steps are to edit the work plan goals in real time, add or remove items from the annual report, either by suggesting additional projects to highlight or selecting new or additional renderings of projects. And with that, I'll turn it back to you. And Chair Adcock, if you would like me to bring up one of these, either the work plan or the annual accomplishments, we can edit live if you would like to do that.
Yes, please. I'd like to start with the work plan.
Okay.
Oh, should we ask if there are any public comments on this?
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, are there any, there's nobody in the chamber, but any raised hands on Zoom?
To the chair, I have not received any requests to speak. If there's any members on Zoom that would like to speak, please raise your hand. There are none.
Great, thank you.
All right.
So just for framework, on packet page 76 is the start of the 26-27, our current year of work plan. If you could go up to, I think it's the page before this. It's on our packet page. Do you have packet page 76?
Oh, sorry, is this, I believe this is what's on packet page 76, yeah.
Is it like one of the?
77.
Yeah, it's on 76 is where it starts, but on your tab here on the screen, is it like overview versus work plan tab at the bottom? Is it the overview by any chance, or? Yeah, that.
Perfect.
Okay, sorry about that.
I guess, do we, It's just for structure, the overview that says 26, 27 work plan, that is, I guess, page 1 of our work plan, right? And then we will go to the goals from there.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So obviously about the board is accurate. If we could add Board Member Georgia to the current commissioners. So what's noted here as mission statement is the same as the purpose statement on the work plan. I guess for staff, for structure, it doesn't need to repeat, so where should it go?
I would say it should go on this page.
Okay.
I see. Yeah, and we can remove the purpose statement from the next sheet.
Okay. All right, I have no other edits for this page. Okay, all right, so let's go to the work plan. And I guess here.
You're not asking if anything else has edits.
Oh, I thought I did. Do you?
So just packet page 76 only.
Yeah. Above.
To the overview.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it always yours? It just really gets mad at you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was something like that, right? I had never touched it, I promise. Okay,
Don't touch
how's
the screen, 'cause you'll
that?
hit
That, you can hear that? Yeah, everybody? Okay, you're right, Kendra. 100%. So, Claire, you know, here, what concerns me is that there's really more than what is stated in the zoning to describe what our responsibility is. So if I might, I'd like to just read some other parts of the zoning that I think ought to be included as items here, and they lead to a conclusion that, frankly, I would make, that we should have preliminary, for some projects, preliminary discussions about a project in the schematics phase, that it's important for us to look at a schematic that's first brought in by an applicant, because there are some things there that we may question. I'm not saying we would necessarily question it, but that we should look at it. So,
Are you suggesting before planning staff deems a planning application complete?
right.
Okay.
I'm saying that because it actually is kind of written here. So it says, for purpose of securing advice, I'm looking at the zoning, which you don't all have in front of you, so I'll just read it out. For the purpose of securing advice, the Architectural Review Board, prior to making an application for board recommendation on a project, an applicant, upon paying a preliminary application fee as set forth in the municipal fee structure, may bring a design before the board for preliminary review. If the applicant wishes to proceed with the project, he or she must file an application and pay a regular application fee. The comments of the Architectural Review Board members during a preliminary review shall not be binding on the formal recommendation. And I think if you add to that, one, that there's a preliminary fee that is a more minor fee, that so somebody who's making an application would only pay a minor amount, and that it wouldn't necessarily be an official meeting, but it would be a more casual meeting, let me call it that for the moment.
Isn't that a study
That's
session
recommendation.
on projects, though?
That is under 18.76.0 .020.
So at the moment, we're not changing the code at the moment or our processes. Are you asking to add?
I'm asking
that-
to add that into the specific impact, that we would have, we could have.
Into the mission statement or about the board, or that you have the opportunity to
That's right.
review prelim? Okay.
Yeah.
Into the mission statement?
Well, yeah, let's the board discuss this before, I'm not making that decision.
If I may note that the, Architectural Review Board reviews, these projects could be understood to include any preliminary review if chosen by the applicant, since that is an optional review.
It's an option.
Right.
It's an option, but in 7 years that I've been here, it's never happened, once.
But aren't
That's
the
not
study
true.
sessions that come before
Yes,
us?
but you know what we get from a study session? It's a big, thick document, and it includes a lot of information. I'm not really talking about that much information, and if you read this carefully, you'll see that there are other places in the zoning that describe that, and I'll read them off to you now. Going back, I would like to read it a little more. Under 18.23, B, applicable of regulations. The determination for final review of the architectural and design elements of any project remains with the Director of Planning and Community Environment. The recommendation by the Architectural Review Board pursuant to 18.76 of the Municipal Code, the Director of Architectural Review Board retains the authority to interpret criteria project by project basis in order to most effectively fulfill specific purposes of A, provide restrictive regulations that approve as part of the architectural review pursuant to Chapter 18.76. That's all included actually in what is described as the scope under mission statement. So moving on to the application process, which is under 18.38.065. On that, that's 065. It isn't 1876. It's 18.38.065.
But when you read 18.23, it referenced back to 18.76.
It does.
Okay.
Correct. That is the general process that is used. But let me just make sure I've got this correct. So I think here it says, let me see. The process in the application process, it first goes to the PTC, and then it comes to us.
Are you referencing the planned community rezoning process under 1838?
Yeah, 1838.
Are you just asking it to note that that is, under the mission statement, another area of the code that you provide support?
Say it again.
Are you simply asking that under the mission statement, we note that that's another area of the code?
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, we can add that.
Yes, correct. So I might be adding, I'd be adding 18.38.06, right? If we, I've got to make sure I've got this absolutely right.
Sure, we can certainly add that as well as the prelim to those areas where you have purview.
I make sort of a big picture comment? I feel like the mission statement is supposed to be a small, succinct comment of what our goal is, right? So I'm wondering if we need to separate out a mission statement versus maybe a method statement, and maybe that's what the purpose statement was originally intended to be, where the mission statement is something more along the lines of to help maintain the aesthetic integrity of Palo Alto as a city through the use of, A, B, and C. And then method statement is the Architectural Review Board makes recommendations to the planning director, so we get into more nitty gritty of what's going on. Then we can reference all these codes, chapters, and things like that, because we don't necessarily need to either rewrite the codes and chapters of the municipal code in our method statement. Either referencing them should be enough, because those might get adapted generally later anyway. So while I'm inclined to support David's comment here, I think that my only argument is that as a big picture item, mission statement should say short, succinct, and very clear what our goal is. And then maybe we separate it out either whether it's called a purpose statement or a method statement. And that basically is what the mission statement is now, plus the edits that David is proposing. Does that make sense? Okay.
Absolutely.
But again, I'd love to hear the board members' comments on that as well.
To be honest, I don't care where it goes. If I'm not picky about that. As long as it gets included somewhere in here that says there's this addition, it could easily follow a comment about a projected goal is to have to suggest to ask planning to suggest to clients that they, and in some cases, have a preliminary submission. That's the objective here.
Yeah, I think the first paragraph, if we leave it as such, and then on the second, we say, to that end, ARB follows, municipal code, yada, yada, and that's kind of like combining the mission statement, what we do and how we do it, right? That's kind of the paragraphs.
That's fine. So what happens, let me just sort of generally discuss it, because the planning department gets this first, the PTC. And then it is asked that that the project gets presented to the Architectural Review Board after the planning department.
Is that always the case?
So under 1838, when you're doing a rezoning, the council does a pre-screening application first and provides feedback on a conceptual plan. The planning commission also provides feedback on what could be a conceptual plan. Then it is required to come to the ARB formally first, then the PTC formally second, and then the council.
So the applicant then provides to a conceptual plan, a written description or a visual description?
They provide a complete, what ends up ultimately happening is they submit a formal application. And so we have formal plan sets that go forward to the planning commission.
So there is no sort of preliminary discussion about somebody putting in an application saying, we would like to develop this project?
That's at the council level, what is occurring.
But that's for planned home rezoning.
That's only if you're doing a planned community rezoning.
Say
for a rezoning,
right? So downtown building gets replaced or renovated. That's not the process. Right?
Correct.
So I guess in that kind of a slightly smaller scale example, rezoning is a bigger issue, but
bigger issue. So do they? What is the extent of that particular description that they present to council?
It varies.
Yeah.
When we have applications for preliminary review, whether they're for the rezoning and therefore going to council, or if someone were to submit a preliminary application for ARB review, it really, there's certain basic things that staff encourages them to include, details that we know will be of interest to the ARB and valuable to that review. But in the end, with preliminary reviews, kind of what you provide just influences how much feedback you're going to get. In some cases, they try to keep it very conceptual. For example, with things going to council, because they don't want too much focus on the specific architectural style, maybe. They're really looking for initial feedback on the height and density and intensity and location. So it can vary dramatically in terms of what they provide.
I just want to make a kind of a generalized comment. Some of what made me think about this process is that I saw a drawn image of a proposed project. I don't even have to say where it is. We don't have to be specific about it. But I took one look at it and said, you know, I think if this project came to the ARB, we would right away start by saying there's something wrong with this. Aesthetically, we would look at this and say this is an inappropriate application. So what if that were then developed into a full scheme and that it had to come to us with all of the relevant drawings? And they went through a process and we didn't stop them and say, no, you really got to do this differently.
That's a really big question, right? Depends on, I mean, just my opinion, it's like it can be a project that is rendered for development, fundraising, variety of purposes before it becomes a formal thing to the city, or it might be a builder's remedy project that press gets a hold of and puts out on it. So I think it's putting a really big onus on staff, correct me if I'm wrong, to kind of catch that and be like, hey, ARB, review this and put it on our agenda, put a staff report together without a formal application that
Well, no, it
goes in the process.
it says in here that they have to provide an application for their project at some point along the way.
And I think some additional context that might be helpful, so we can kind of close out this point, because we do want to try and get to the goals today, is that we have applicants reach out to us, either coming to the public counter or reaching out to planning staff with initial questions and wanting to talk about and try and flag any big, red flag issues. And so if we had a design, usually in those architectural projects, we do share with them that there is the opportunity to come in for preliminary review by the Architectural Review Board. And in fact, we also do provide them feedback based on previous ARB reviews and guidance to try and help them come through the process successfully. So there are informal discussions when requested by applicants about potential future applications, and the information that they could come to ARB is something that is offered, but it's not something that's required by the code.
And yet, the opportunity to come to the ARB hasn't happened one time in 7 years that I've been on it.
And that's not true. We have had preliminary reviews, and we actually have a preliminary review coming forward at the next hearing, so.
You do?
Yes.
And how thick a presentation is that going to be?
Yeah, but we're not talking about
Well, I'm
specific
concerned,
applications right now. I don't want to
anything
speak
we
to.
have seen is a big, thick document that has 25 drawings in it. And it isn't a preliminary scheme. It isn't the first time. Now, I'm being a little aggressive about presenting something that I think that is a process that ought to be happening. I'm not saying that you wouldn't maybe pre-screen something in the planning department, that you might pick up the issues that would be questionable right away. But I think there are some issues in which it should come to us as a preliminary scheme. And I feel, let me just go ahead here for a minute and see if the board agrees with me. What I was looking at here is, hold on. This is a development plan includes only aerial photograph, map showing public-private streets, map showing existing and proposed topography, land use plan for the proposed district, and a plot plan. These are the only requirements for a preliminary submission. A development plan. Landscape development plan, but not details. So it's all of this in a preliminary manner. It's described in the code as a preliminary submission.
It's, we hear you, David, and I think we can, maybe in the conclusion of this, we can think about how if it fits in any way in our work plan, or is it just request for staff that, you know, when new projects come into discussion, that there's a stronger emphasis on requesting applicants to, you know, run it by ARB, but it is up to the applicant, right, to do so, because it is, speaking from the other side of this process, for applicants to put together something for preliminary review, it has, even if it's, you know, 5 sheets drawing set, is something that they have to have approved by their client and variety of reasons that may or may not come across. And as speaking as an architect working for clients, it's all, you know, how does it affect my time and budget? So I wouldn't put it as, you know, something that the staff is not doing, but I'd rather like ask the staff to put a heavier emphasis on the benefits of doing so to applicants, if that makes sense.
I guess my big question also comes back to how does this interact with the work plan? Right, we're here to review the work plan, not the municipal code at the moment. So how are we tying this in, and what's the goal?
So like I'll answer your question, Kendra, but I mean, I hear where you're coming from, David, and we spoke about this before. You know, maybe kind of a compromise solution would be that for new projects, there is like let's say an ARB member gets assigned to every incoming project, and we offer to have a Zoom call with the applicant in a preliminary phase. So it's not a full ERB meeting, no staff report, just like, okay, let's get on a Zoom. You know, the applicant has heard from planning what ERB is going to look for. So there's going to be another opportunity to talk with one of the ARB members or 2 of them to hear more.
So I can jump into that a little bit, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. We actually used to do that to some extent, right? When Peter Balte was here, we would have each person would be assigned to every new coming in project. We would have reviews of it ahead of time, and if the client requested, we would have Zoom calls. The issue that kept coming up was that they would take one person's opinion as a guidance for what would happen later in the ARB. So if they came and met with us and we were like, oh, we think it's a great project, and then the whole rest of the board voted no, it became a huge problem. So that's the issue, is that the reason that we have these meetings formally, publicly, is that there is one decision, right? So that's the hard part with meeting ahead of time. We do have some reviews to make sure that, okay, the packet's complete, we can review it. But making an assessment or a judgment early before we have the whole ARB is super conflicting, right? So we really can't open that can of worms. We did have some, you know, foray into that, and it really is problematic. So the best that we can do is saying, okay, we can review the plan set early. Do we have the drawings we need? Right, like for an example of what we were discussing earlier with the wireless maps, being able to say, hey, we looked at the map, it's not quite what we need the reverse, can you do that before the meeting? That's about the extent of what we can do. But having a Zoom call ahead of time, we might, like, if it's there with me, I might be like, oh, I love it, and then David comes and goes, I hate it, right? Like, and then.
That's never happened.
Never, David and I never disagree.
Yeah, I think going back to process of what we're doing today and the process of our mission of the board. I would say we stay the course. We request, we ask staff to, make it a point to make sure that the applicants have the option to come early to us with minimal set of documents as, a way to get all of our opinion, not a single opinion, because it also doesn't make sense to assign an ad hoc committee before a full project, because ad hocs have been successful as a follow-up of a few items that are unresolved, but not as a preliminary to a project. So I think with that, we should move on. Yes, thank you. All right, let's move on to our goals. So if you go to you tab the next tab, please. Oh, yeah, work plan tabs, then.
We need to change the date.
Yes, so that's, so the mission statement and the purpose statement, are they back to being the same? They should just be in one location.
Okay, so we're not going to have a separate mission statement?
I think we have the mission statement. The purpose statement seems unnecessary to me to repeat. We're going right into the goals.
I'd like to make a very brief proposal, but again, if this takes longer than 2 minutes, I'm going to scrap it, okay? I would like to propose that we relabel what is written as the mission statement as the method or the purpose statement, whatever the board chooses. And for a mission statement, I'd like to propose something along the lines of the Palo Alto Architectural Review Board aims to maintain and enhance the aesthetic environment of Palo Alto through the built, planned, and landscaped environment. Done. Right?
Love it.
Something super simple, super clean. Our goal is aesthetics.
Can you state that again?
I will happily state that again, and then if you guys want to nitpick my verbiage, please feel free. But again, short, sweet. So renaming that mission statement as it is written, like maybe we add another box above this. So see where it says prior year's accomplishments, that's really big, it could be smaller. Again, getting nitpicky.
And we have it on the next page already, the same wording, so it's already
Perfect.
purpose statement.
Perfect. So for mission statement, I'm going to say it as slowly as I can. The Palo Alto Architectural Review Board aims to maintain and enhance the aesthetic environment of Palo Alto through the planned, built, and landscaped environment. Done. That's it.
I would, if I may edit that.
Please
just a
nitpick
tiny
now,
bit.
but yeah.
So I guess the rest of that goes away, right, in that box. Aims to maintain and enhance aesthetic environment through the review of.
Exactly. I started going that way through the review of, but then that gets back to the method statement. So again, I wanted to maintain this as just mission, and everything else is like through the method of would be in that method statement. That's kind of why I want them side by side. I know being nitpicky about it being on the separate page, but I think that's why I want them next to each other, is so that mission is our goal, method, how we get there, right? It's through the reviews of, through the opening of through our acceptance of people coming in early.
So do we then just delete the through the plan, built, and landscape environment? Aims to maintain and enhance aesthetic environment of Palo Alto.
I'm fine with that.
You know what I really like about this mission statement? The last paragraph, the last sentence. The ARB is a resource, as knowledgeable observers of many varied urban environments to assist Palo Alto as it develops area plans to accommodate additional housing.
And again, I think we should keep that exactly as written, but I'd put it in that method statement, right? And that's, again, I hate to be nitpicky, but that's why I want them side by side, because they go hand in hand. Mission is what we're trying to do, method's how we do it.
You mean aesthetics?
And on the screen, we'll have them both. On the screen right now, we have them, but we can reorder them. I'm not going to try and do that in the middle of the meeting.
Yeah. So I would just say, let's look at this one sentence, and if you guys have nitpicky comments, totally fine, open to it. The reason that I decided to include that plan, built, and landscape environment is just to give sort of a broad overview of like, right, we're not running around painting things and decorating. Our job is to review the planned, built, and landscape environment. And that's why I wanted to include it. But again, if you think it should be taken out, easy peasy. And then I would just say everything else in the method statement stays.
Do we say enhance the aesthetic, planned, built, and landscaped environment of Palo Alto?
Say that one more time.
Aesthetic?
If you move the
Planned,
that's
built,
in
and
this
landscaped
planned, built,
environment.
and landscaped environment between aesthetic and environment.
Just changes
Do we
the
want to
emphasis.
change the mission statement at all? I'm happy with it.
Exactly, that's my comment is whether or not you guys want to. I think we should, because I think that the mission statement tells people what our overall goal is at a very, very, very high level. And this method statement is long, it's getting a little bit more nitty gritty. And I think that it's not a clear, concise mission statement. I think it is more appropriate as a method statement. That's why I'm making this argument. But again, this is up to the board to say if they agree with me or not.
Yeah, I like the mission statement, and I don't think you
planned.
need a method statement.
Aesthetics of planned, built, and landscaped environment of Palo Alto.
Can you,
Let me clean that and get rid of. Yep. So that's our mission statement.
I do love me an Oxford comma, so thank you for that. Again, back to the original question, can we maybe do a straw poll or somehow a vote on that we want to change the mission statement and then also have the method statement? Like, I don't want to run away with this train if you guys don't agree. So maybe we get a consensus as to whether or not this is the thing we want to do.
We could just invite whether there's anyone who objects to what is on the screen and written, and then move forward to the next.
No objections. All right, let's move on. So do we want to call the next one purpose statement? Because it's more of a method, right?
I'm proposing that we change it from purpose statement to method statement. Any objections?
Nope.
And then at that point, if David wants to add
agree?
chapters or things
Do
like
you
that
agree with
again.
what's being said?
I'm sorry?
I'm asking.
Oh, Martin.
Joseph.
To be honest, I don't have a strong opinion. I think it's kind of like a template that probably other boards also use.
Right.
So if I have a feedback, I just don't want to make this conversation complicated. That's why I didn't ask the feedback, how far we are deviating from other commissions. Like, I don't want the city council to say like, method statement, what is that? Like, I've never seen that before. You know,
No, that's fair. I just think that the problem with our mission statement is that it's a whole paragraph. And then David's also proposing to add more to it, which I'm not disagreeing
No,
with. I just think as a
I'm not
mission.
adding anything to that.
Okay, well, I just think that a mission statement should say what our goal is and not necessarily how we're going to get there, because then we're going to start quoting a whole bunch of stuff in there. So that's the intent behind why I'm proposing this change. Do I have concerns that other boards are going to view this as like so out of left field? No, I'm not worried about that, but I hear your concern.
All right, I would like us to move on to goals. All right, does anybody have any comments on goal number 1? That's our standard, our primary task. Is review planning application for conformance with ARB findings and objective standards. All right, let's move on to goal number 2.
I think maybe this is where we could put in David's comment about encourage applicants to have more pre-meetings. It's, if you want to do that.
Yeah, could be added there. Project goal number 1.
If I may suggest, the beneficial impacts section under goal 2 may be a good place to add that note, including preliminary review early in the plan development process or something like that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think it's more of goal number 2.
You may suggest.
I'm sorry, it probably is goal number 1 because it's about projects, not about guidelines,
Yeah.
ordinances, et cetera.
Just a question. I don't know where to put this, but Transit Center, San Antonio Road, California Avenue activation,
Yeah, there's
Coverly.
there's other-
Where would that fit in? 2, 3, 4?
It's under 4.
Yeah,
Yeah, 1 is our primary task, and I think in
yes,
that.
exactly right. Yeah, those would be specifics.
Should we list those specifically? I think we list San Antonio on downtown housing, but there's Transit Center, there's the Coverly
Yeah, let's go,
activation.
let's go item by item and see if the additional items make sense within them. So if we go to goal number 1 and add David's request to encourage preliminary reviews, that's not measure of success, where would that fall in this?
We put it under beneficial impacts.
By listing that as one of the beneficial impacts, it provides an emphasis on the value of those preliminary reviews. And staff has heard this encouragement from the ARB today.
That sounds good. All right, so goal number 2 is about feedback to staff and council on creation of new guidelines, ordinances, streetscapes as directed by council. So within that is, the wireless facilities. And I think the CalAV was also a streetscape guideline. So I think if we go back to, this being our work plan for the future, if we go to the list of high priority items, housing generation, feasibility, and design quality, that's a broad ongoing. Downtown housing plan and SB 79 implementation, that has not come before us yet, but I hear it's coming.
Yes, that is ongoing work.
Okay. Objective standards for diverse housing types. I know we did the one for townhouses before. Is there another one you are looking for us to sink our teeth into?
I think the SB 9 will be coming forward this year, possible revisions to, as part of our permanent ordinance for SB 9, possibly.
Do we want to add in this text objectives and for diverse housing types, including SB 9 or some way to?
So these are actually particular housing element implementation programs. So they are existing work efforts that we do expect to come to the ARB for advice on in this coming year.
Okay.
So that is actually a specific, I believe micro housing and senior housing were the two components that were recommended by the Planning and Transportation Commission for the focus of this particular housing element implementation. And so if there are design standards associated with that work, it would be coming to the ARB for review.
Okay.
So that's what that is referencing.
Would you like us to add a couple just examples for clarity?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
So what about Molly Stones? We've seen something on Molly Stones now,
That would be a development project, though.
Right, not
That's
ordinance or guideline.
and it has gone through major changes here.
And it will return when the development project resubmittal is received, and it's that stage of that process. So that falls under number 1, not on number 2,
South
Under
of
number
Fort,
1?
oh, sorry.
because it's a development application.
Development application that you would be reviewing.
Whereas this goal number 2 is about new guidelines, ordinance, and streetscapes. South of Forest objective standards, can you fill us in on what
So again, one of the housing element implementation programs was to look at the SOFA area, the South Forest area plan, and assess the subjective standards and develop objective standards so that if a housing project were to come through, that we could only require review by objective standards, we would have some in place to ensure that consistency with the area plan is still enforceable. And so that is an effort that is underway right now, and we would be bringing those draft objective standards to the ARB for review.
SOFA is under review?
SOFA is not under review, but a request as part of one of the housing element implementation programs was to develop objective standards for development in the SOFA area because there's concern that much of that is subjective, not objective. So it is not proposed as a modification to the SOFA area. It's just addendum and add on to that to make sure we have objective standards for that area.
And is the SOFA objective standard still a high priority for this year?
Correct.
Okay.
In terms of the timeline stated in the housing element, that's something that is currently in process. We have a consultant and we are moving that work forward.
And can I ask for a very nitpicky adjustment? Right after it says south of forest area, can you just put in parentheses SOFA? Yeah, just
Absolutely.
for clarification. Because
Absolutely.
we'll talk about it and then the layperson might not know what we're talking about and being like, what couches are you talking about? Right, so just for clarity, thank you, appreciate that.
And the last one here, design guidelines for major growth areas. Is there any specificity we can add to this?
I don't know that that's mentioning any specific project. Some of the SB 9 implementation work could touch on that, could involve something like that if we're anticipating significant growth because of SB 79. But I don't think that's targeting a specific growth, a specific effort. It's just a
Catch-all?
yeah.
So does it make sense for that to be in high priority if there's nothing specific to it?
It's up to the ARB whether you would like to leave that in, move it to lower priority, or just, it could be that this is just a list of examples. It is not all inclusive. If something comes up, we will bring it to you at the appropriate time.
Highest priority areas really are El Camino, San Antonio Road, perhaps Alma, but I doubt it, industrial site redevelopment.
If I may, just jumping in, this discussion here, we tried to identify some of the work effort that we know is coming to you in this next year. I think this last item kind of opens up a bunch of questions, so maybe it is cleaner to remove that from that list, recognizing that we continue to want to have clear guidelines for any area of development.
I support that.
Yeah, I would put it under low priority, if anything, and I suggest, and I'm open to
Which
board
is
comments.
low priority is what is recommended here under high priority, South Forest Avenue?
Yeah, South Forest is high, I see that, but design guidelines for major growth areas, I would put that on low priority. If something comes up, we'll review, but it's not.
As shown on the screen now.
Yeah.
Excuse me, it's really being studied right now. It is as high a priority as you can imagine.
Not design guidelines for unspecified major growth areas, right? That's what I'm suggesting. The last item, design guidelines, as you can see on the screen, is moved from high priority to low. And I suggest moving the wireless communication to higher priority, since that is a high priority to get something going in the next couple of weeks.
And David, just as a point out moment, under project goals 3 and 4, we do get into those specifics. And I think the only reason that we would move this comment of the design guidance for major growth areas to the lower priorities because it's unspecified. And project goals 3 and 4 do get into those specifics, so they are covered when we have them.
Is the first one kind of broad, the housing generation and feasibility and design quality? And does it have any overlap with the third one, objective design standards with diverse housing?
The third one is a specific housing element goal.
Okay.
So I agree that the ones that were originally the first and last on this list were probably overarching ones that we've had there in the past, not referenced to specific projects. And the middle three were references to specific work projects that are in progress.
Does it make sense for the housing generation feasibility design quality to move to goal number 3? So goal number 3 is assist the city as it considers modifications to objective standards, provide feedback based on research from projects as they go through the objective standards, ministerial processes, suggest ways to better address different housing typology.
Yeah, I support that too. Get the objective standards with the other objective standards.
And I will note that we do have some overlap. There are some of these efforts that fall under multiple projects or goals.
Yeah, like SOFA is also in,
Because
yeah,
it does address multiple areas of the work that ARB does.
yeah.
But actually, I agree with that. I think both of those items maybe should be moved down to goal 3 because they are both specific objective standards, and that goal 2 is really sort of higher level. But then what about wireless communications?
That is new guidelines ordinances, so that.
Okay.
Are you suggesting?
Goal number 2.
Are you suggesting that goal number 2, we reduce those 2 lines that are highlighted on the screen right now? Is that what you're, just to make sure we're following?
Yes, I would support that.
I would say the wireless is both because it's partly objective.
Yeah, wireless stays with goal number 2.
Formatting these tables in Word can sometimes be finicky, so we will take your recommendations. I think there's strong clarity there.
I think we've all had a moment where you have a client sitting over our shoulder and we're trying to CAD or SketchUp, and you're like, I promise this goes faster, so don't worry, we can all relate.
Right. And so understanding we've heard you, we can move on to the next.
All right, so goal number 4, discuss specific coordinated area plans, streetscape improvements, and provide comments that the ARB would recommend exploring implementing. So,
Apologies, did we skip 3?
yeah, sort of. So we moved some from.
Lumped some around. So,
Yeah,
thank you.
2 to 3. SOFA was already there, and wireless moves to goal number 2.
And to reread project goal 3, assist the city as it considers modifications to objective standards. Provide feedback based on research from projects as they go through the objective standards ministerial process. Suggest ways to better address different housing typology. So yeah, I think those 2 moves are good, and I have no other comments.
Thank you. Any other comments before we move on to 4?
It's hard to read, the edited work with the overlays here. Can we clean up this text so that we can look at the whole text here?
Can you tell me what you would like to look at? I'm sorry.
Is there a different part of the document you need to be seeing, or some edits that need to be made here?
I suggest we cross out the review recommended aesthetic standard of wireless.
Okay, that item. We'll have
that item, because.
wireless under number 2.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And SOFA remains here, and also,
Right, those 2 would get consolidated.
right.
It's moving from 2 to 3, but 3 kind of already covers it, so just making sure that that's one statement regarding SOFA.
And objective standards for diverse housing types was moving to number 3.
I think number 4, goal 4, once we get there, David, is going to be where you're going to have some thoughts on specifics.
So Board Member Hirsch, does that help? Is that what you were looking for us to show on the screen? So right now, most of the screen is including goal number 3. You can see the gray bar that goes across. That's the end of goal number 2. Below it is goal number 3. And so high priority area at the bottom of the screen is what we've just been editing to transfer objective standards for diverse housing types down to this goal, since we are in this goal talking specifically about objective standards. And then the wireless item was retained in goal number 2 and has been removed from goal number 3 because it isn't just about objective standards, it's a broader project discussion.
All right, let's move on to goal number 4. Discuss specific coordinated area plans, streetscape improvements, and provide comments that the ARB would recommend exploring/implementing.
Shall we also add sofa here, since it's the specific area?
Yes, I would support that.
We can copy the same text for SOFA here.
I actually might not copy the same text because it's not necessarily objective standards in this segment. It's sort of overall planning. So I'd keep it a little bit more loose, my 2 cents. I think we're just sort of identifying areas, right? San Antonio area, downtown housing, SOFA. Any other areas, David?
Sorry. Well, I agree with you. Having something in there on the downtown housing scheme, is there, downtown is really going to be developing something?
We do.
There are a bunch of projects, it seems, that are in downtown.
So we are in the middle of doing the downtown housing plan, and the goal of that is to encourage housing. We did receive 5 preliminary applications under SB 79 for potential development of housing in downtown. So this is an area where the city is working to work on those projects, to update them. One other note, since I have the microphone, is we could add the California Avenue area. It's not an area plan. However, there will be discussion of that area of the city in terms of SB 79. That was specific direction that we received from council in June. So while it's not a coordinated area plan strictly, it'll be a similar type of discussion if the ARB would like to mention that. It is also already covered by the previous reference to SB 79 on earlier goals, so it is not necessary, just a suggestion.
No, I think it's a good idea to add it.
I would put it maybe in the low priority, just because there's nothing specific that is actionable at this time.
Staff would support you placing it in either location. It is an effort that we're working forward. We were given specific direction from council to bring back to them revised standards in the next 6 to 12 months.
Okay,
That's a high priority.
that sounds like a high priority, yes. Okay. What about University Avenue streetscapes improvement? Is there anything ongoing on that?
I don't, off the top of my head, know the status of that one.
I don't know fully. I know that they were actively working on something. It got stalled out a bit, but I think they are looking to bring it back and continue that effort within this calendar year.
Is there anything going on with California Avenue or anything like that that should be included in this space?
In terms of like the streetscape or for the improvements in the closure area, that all came forward in the last
sort of is
year, so it's already
completed.
completed.
Perfect,
yeah.
okay. Just want to make sure it's not forgotten.
Shall we move on to goal number 5? Improve coordination between the Architecture Review Board and other boards and commissions and council. So this is also ongoing, but so far we've had one joint meeting with the PTC, which was quite I meant to suggest this earlier. Does it make sense for the wireless communication, like ordinance review, to be a joint meeting?
I would say that that's an option. I would recommend they be separate meetings because the ARB and the PTC really are looking at different components of this. And I think the value of having the ARB's recommendations, both on the standards and the process, to then feed into the Planning and Transportation Commission's consideration, I think is going to be really helpful to them and supporting. And so the sequential order that we currently have, I think in this case is most helpful. But I will say that the council was very supportive and appreciative of this additional goal from your last year's work plan. And so just having this, even if there aren't specific tasks that are occurring right now, having this as one of your high-level goals is something that they are very supportive of.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think to both streamline and make it, productive for everybody, I would, encourage staff to look at other, as other projects come up, and if we can do joint meetings, that'd be great. All right, anything else on the work plan?
We typically have the ARB Design Review Awards once every 5 years. Can you remind me when the last one was? Was that last year?
It's been 2
Last
years.
year, yes.
2 years?
It was last year. It was 2025.
2025, okay, so then when that comes up, we do include it on the work plan, but since it's not there this year.
It would not
perfect.
be initiated, no.
Okay, great. I've also seen the list of projects, and I'm like, okay, I've got to remember those for 4 more years from now. Thanks very much.
Sorry. Item 5, wouldn't we include specifically PTC?
In the goal? Goal
Impact
number 5?
council to get feedback from colleagues from other boards. How many other boards do we get feedback from?
Parks and Recreation Commission or the
HRB.
Public
Historic
Arts Commission,
Resources.
Historic Resources Board.
But primarily from PTC.
I mean, we have commissions.
Yeah, we would recommend leaving that broad because there could be overlap with a number of different city boards or commissions. It is correct that most of the work of our department, the Planning and Development Services Department, is through the ARB and the PTC, and so that is where a lot of our focus is, but there is potential value of coordination and communication with others.
There are some projects where the art committee would have been nice to have some overlaps with in the past. So thought for the future, if that comes up again. All right, so let's move on to.
So,
yeah,
you indicated that there was a very good meeting with PTC. I think it bears mentioning again as something that we would look to do more of.
Yeah. Yes, in the things that are come up for review that are useful to have a combined meeting instead of one after the other. I mean, I look to staff to figure out which ones makes the most sense. Right now, no projects come to mind that make sense to do that, other than I thought maybe the wireless ordinance review.
Yeah, we definitely keep it in mind and try and focus it on ones where that interplay between the considerations of the board and the commission are going to be most helpful for moving the project forward. One note, I don't believe we mentioned that joint study session. Actually, now I think the years are running into each other. Was it this last fiscal year that we had the joint meeting on Coverly? Okay, we could add that to the accomplishments, just to emphasize that that was something that occurred as implementation of this last work plan. And just showing that as an example, a way of doing that. So that could be added to items of note under the Architectural Review Board Annual Report, prior year accomplishments.
That'd be great, thank you. And we move on to prior year accomplishments. Does anybody have any edits? Looks like, Martin, you have some? Go for it.
I just noticed the typo in the third bullet point. Instead of 24, 25, it should be 25.
Thank you.
Hold on one second, I take it we're done with the work plan and we're going to move over to.
If you'd like to start going through in the packet, you can do so. We will bring up on the screen the language of that section. We just have it formatted in a different document. It'll be a moment.
I will also just note that I think that the El Camino examples are quite a bit more successful than this Gang Road example, so just my 2 cents. I think those really showcase what ARB does in terms of the successful enhancement of projects as they're presented, and the Gang Road one is fine, just not as good as the other two, so.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the left side.
They were quite a bit
that was
while
also
ago,
years
yes.
ago.
Yes.
Well, no, these should be recent ones.
The right image was a more recent.
Right, but the left ones, oh, it's possible that they first came before ARB several years ago.
Several years.
Yeah, you know, typically people like to run it through a little bit faster, so.
Where's Portoga Avenue?
Portoga?
Yeah, it's on here, address project.
Hang on.
Portage.
That's a typo.
Portoga?
That's-
Portola?
No, it's Portage.
Portage. AG. Yeah, there we go. Good catch, David.
All right, any other, I think on the items to note, Jennifer, you already mentioned adding the PTC joint meeting. Any other edits to the items of note? All right, so I think this is the complete list of projects that we reviewed last year, right, in the last fiscal year. And I believe you mentioned that these are the 3 projects that have gone through full approval in this past year, whereas others, like some of the San Antonio projects, they were approved and then they revised. So I think unfortunately, the 3 is the complete list of comparisons we can show. Do we want to eliminate Gang Road and only show 2?
Nah, leave it, just move it to the bottom of the list.
Yeah, I would maybe just reorder so that image is not the first one you look at if you don't flip the page.
Sure.
I suggest
Best
putting.
foot forward.
Yes.
So on, excuse me, on address project, is Portage Road just a signage?
That was just the signage program that came forward.
Wasn't that, what's
It's
that?
a whole project.
Cannery.
It was the
Cannery, yeah.
master, sign program
Yeah.
for the cannery.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's Portage, yeah.
Yes.
Signage.
Yeah. The project we reviewed in the past year was just signage. The major project was a few years ago. All right, does anybody have any edits or comments on the incorporated feedback text in each project, or are they good to go? All right, then,
Thank you to staff for the hard work on that. It's very helpful to have that all put together.
yes.
I'd like to give some credit to our summer intern who's been supporting us with a lot of this work. She is unfortunately unable to join us today, but we hope she'll be joining us at our next meeting.
Thank you. Yes. Please share our gratitude with her. So with the edits that we discussed today, shall we move to approve the work plan and the fiscal year report? Do we need to go over the edits, or are we
I
good?
think we're good. Do we need to vote?
All right, do we have a motion?
I move to approve the work plan as noted and revised today during our ARB meeting.
I'll second.
Board Member Hirsch?
Go on to somebody else here.
David, we have a motion on the table, so it's a,
You're not ready to vote on approving what we just edited?
No, because I had some concern that we didn't put in some description about massing under, for example, the 3181 El Camino Real.
given that we have a motion on the table, shall we vote and then you,
So I don't want to vote
And
no
edit?
on them.
how,
I don't agree we should be up to the motion.
We would be, before voting, we would be looking if there are proposed
Okay.
modifications
all right.
to the motion.
Final modifications. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Okay, so I can put it in now. So there really ought to be something about the massing under 3781 El Camino Real.
In terms of the description?
Yeah. Massing
Claire, do
proportion.
you mind pulling that back up on the
Massing and
board?
proportions are, much of what we seem to do on these larger buildings.
So we've got on the screen a new bullet. At the moment, it says massing and proportions
Yep.
under the description of that project, 3781. Is that a proposed modification to the motion?
Yes.
It's minor edit, it wouldn't be revised, not revised. Past tense, thank you.
And through the chair, if we can see whether the maker of the motion and the seconder accept that modification.
Accept the modification.
Yes, same.
So the motion still stands with this friendly amendment? So we get a vote?
Board Member Hirsch?
Yes.
Board Member Chen?
Yes.
Board Member Jojard?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenberg?
Yes.
Chair Adcock?
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
thank you. All right, move on to the next item, which is the meeting minutes from May 21st, 2026. Does anybody have any comments or edits?
And then through the chair, just did want to note that everyone was here for that meeting, so no one will have to abstain.
No edits? Do we have a motion to accept as written?
You got to put the motion.
Nobody?
Do you move?
I move.
Are you making a motion?
I will,
All right, David
nobody-
moves,
To accept.
and I'll second.
Moving on to, sorry, vote.
Yeah. Board Member Jojard?
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch?
Yes.
Board Member Chen?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenberg?
Yes.
Chair Adcock?
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
thank you. Moving on to the next and almost the last item, which is the meeting minutes for June 4th meeting, and everyone was present other than Yingxi.
Yeah.
All right, do we have any edits to this meeting minutes? Nope. May I have a motion to?
Board member Jojer had the conflict, so was he not present for this as well?
Present in the second half.
Yeah, but you excused yourself from the chamber, so you weren't, oh, for the one portion. So can he, because he was there for part but not all, can he still vote?
Yeah, there should not, yeah, there shouldn't,
Perfect,
yeah.
okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you so much. All right, I'll move to approve the minutes as written.
Second.
Board Member Chen?
Abstain.
Board Member Jojar?
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenberg?
Yes.
Chair Adcock?
Yes.
Motion carries 401.
All right, thank you. So next item is board member questions, comments, announcements, or future meetings and agendas. Do we have any announcements?
I got married last Sunday.
Congratulations!
And you still came today?
That's a huge announcement. That's exciting.
Congrats. That's awesome. That's the biggest announcement we've had
I know,
in
and
the
who's the lucky
history of the
lady?
ARB, I think.
Say her name, say something sweet, not to put you on the spot.
Her name is Nasim, and she's wonderful. She's an actress, an entrepreneur, a doctor, a philosopher, a historian. I love it. Musician.
Oh, my heavens.
Well,
Is this one person?
All
yeah,
of those
seriously,
things?
wasn't it?
Yeah, one person.
One person.
Amazing. Well, congratulations to you both. That's very exciting.
All right, I hate to ask, but you know, it's kind of a down from here. If there are any virtual public
That's the best part of
comments.
this meeting.
Yes,
Through the chair, there's no request for virtual public comments.
all right, thank you.
Sam, did you secretly get married too?
No. Yeah.
All right, wow. On that super high note, we adjourn for today.
Okay, so everybody, next meeting.